my Sting Nation. I know I'm just too excited about finishing this drawing, but welcome to Sting Butterfly's little live stream drawing. And not feeling the best today, but either way, not gonna get me down. But we're doing the final person before I do the background is my OC. So far, if you haven't seen my previous videos, I've done Sally and I've done Lazari. She's still adorable, and so is this one. Now for mine, as you can tell, is my profile picture, a different version of my anime character. And since it's getting near Halloween, I'm changing up her look for, instead of the usual red that you normally see. I figured since I'm doing Halloween theme, and these are more autumn, and since I'm going to keep her around until my birthday, before I get into my Christmas theme. So, she's here to stay for a while. And who knows, it might, instead of this one, I could change it over to this one. So, who knows? We'll see what happens. Alright. It's good to separate your layers into different ones, so you know what you're doing. Actually, this one's going to be the base. Let's start off with, you know the drill, skin! Or should I say, the base? There we go. Let's get this into it. And give me a second, I'll turn on some. Today we're going to be listening to creepypasta stories, since it is getting near Halloween and this is a creepypasta theme. It wouldn't be right without them. And if you want to know what I'm listening to, I know this is a really talented artist that also draws not only draws the character themselves, but also tells their story in a speed draw of how he does his work and tells the actual stories of what he's drawing. Really cool. Recommend him if you want to hear stories and see really cool drawings from his work. And this one is actually my personal favorite.
This video may contain offensive language and be frightening to some viewers. Viewer discretion is recommended.
I'll put the link in the chat, so if anybody who wants to listen to it on your own, you can.
This is Helen, 14 years old. The dark circles under his eyes felt as if he had never slept enough. He doesn't care about his messy black hair.
There we go.
Since he doesn't like to put too much effort into tidying himself up. It's unnecessary. His seat is at the back of the classroom, next to the window. He always sits there, drawing quietly, as it is like everything to him. He doesn't like to socialize with people, making him a lonely one. There was a person being pushed to the floor after school.
Artists tend to get bullied a lot.
Who is always the victim of bullying, not because he did anything before, it's just the dislikes of people around him. These things happen often, and Helen is used to it. Though he does feel bad for Tom, he doesn't want to interfere. as it is quite bothersome. During recess, Judy says she is missing her watch as she searches for it.
I just realized I
Helen
got
doesn't
the
help
wrong
her.
layer.
Since it's none of his business.
He's gonna start all
Suddenly
over
someone
again.
sees something
Dang it.
flashing in Helen's bag. "What's this?" Ben says, as he puts his hand into the bag and takes out a watch that is trimmed with fake diamonds. Helen is very surprised to see it, as he does not know how it got in there. "Ah, that's my watch." Judy takes the watch from Ban after seeing the situation. Both of them stare at Helen with a weird glare. "It wasn't me," says Helen, who is still drawing in his notebook without raising his head a bit. "Yeah, right." Judy leaves the classroom with Ban as she concludes. The following day, as usual, Helen is sitting at his table drawing. He notices that the atmosphere doesn't feel right around him. People start whispering about him, and even a few start calling him thief. He doesn't decide to explain for himself, as he knows there's no point in it. It'd be useless to do so. As time passes, Helen becomes the new target, a victim for people to bully. Everything he does now is being exaggerated. He doesn't like it, but he doesn't resist. He keeps his feelings in his heart, keeping silent.
Poor kid.
Until one day, Ban came up to him and snatched his notebook with his unfinished drawings in it. "Always doing these meaningless things," says Ban as he tears down a few pages of the drawings, tearing them into little pieces, wanting to see Helen's reaction.
Okay.
At this rate, the
Sounds
feelings he had
good on
been
your
burst out.
screen.
He punches Ban in the face and starts the fight. Helen isn't that strong, however, so he was beaten up in
If
no
I would have
time.
known you were alive, I would
The
have joined
students went to
similar.
see the
Did you
fight
just?
without stopping it.
Well, I just started.
Some people
so.
even joined in and kicked him in his face and stomach. Right after the bell rings, everyone stops what they're doing and went back to their seats.
I'm getting the
before
last
teacher came.
bit of this done before I do the background.
Helen returns to his seat as if nothing.
And do the special effects.
The teacher enters the room later on.
I gotta process. I always do the characters
Helen.
first and then.
What happened? Helen has so many
That way I can
visible
choose the right
bruises
background.
on him
That's
that
how
the
I
teacher
usually do my
notices
process.
right
Usually
after
people
she
like to
enters
do the
room.
background first before you draw the
Everybody
character.
turns to look at him,
But I
waiting for
guess
him
Yeah,
to
I like to do it
respond while
differently.
glaring at him with a murderous look.
That's fair. I hate doing that. I'm like you.
"You
I
fell
need
from the stairs, miss."
to do the
Helen
character
replies
first, so I
as
know
the
what the
glares
background's
disappear.
gonna look like. Just like the drawing that I'm going to be hopping back onto that I started earlier.
After returning home
can't wait to
from
see that
school,
one.
his parents also ask him what happened,
I can't wait to
and
see
he
that one.
responds with the same answer.
The drawing that I'm
The
currently
blue
working
jacket
on,
he is wearing
Uh-huh.
covers all the bruises, other than the ones.
it's only another slime block
His
mission.
parents believe it without doubt.
Cool.
Usually when...
Or are you
asks
referring to
about
you can't
how he
wait
is
to
at school,
see
he always says he's fine.
that Nova puzzle
He
and
even
the
likes
full outfit?
making a lot of friends, living happily
both.
every day.
Fair.
Helen refuses
You know,
to tell his
actually,
parents this,
funny you bring that up.
since he doesn't
I
want
wanted to try to bring
worry
this
about
up
him.
the other day or yesterday,
A few months
but
later,
I had
he has
connection
gotten
issues,
used
so
to the negative
you couldn't
comments
hear
about
me at
him
all.
and getting
But do you want to know why
humiliated. It's been a normal
Said
event
Nova
for him.
Puzzle is going to
He is
be
completely amazed these
officially
things.
debuting on Twitter
What
on
fucked him in the
Halloween?
first place?
How come?
Why did the culprit do this?
Because that is
This
Said Nova
doesn't matter
Puzzle's birthday.
anymore. Nothing matters anymore now.
I decided instead of making their birthday the same as mine, I was going to be like, you know
Are
what?
you there?
I'm going to make their birthday my favorite holiday.
Unknown user on Facebook. Who are you? He replies. I'm Tom, your classmate. Tom has never interacted with him before. This surprised him a bit.
That way,
What is it?
because to be honest, I love fall, and also because Halloween is like so close to when it starts snowing, depending on where you live.
I know how you feel right.
I love
and
autumn.
Also
the same situation as
and I love autumn.
I really want to help you.
Yeah, I love autumn. I love fall as well.
Afterwards,
I only corrected myself because of
and Helen feels much better after telling him all
that word. The A word is kind of a little bit of a trigger for Kit.
Oh, the A-S...
This is the first time
blank?
he thinks he's made a friend.
No, the A-U-T. The other word for fall.
It's in the afternoon.
Oh,
and the weather is unusually
really?
warm.
Yeah, there's a reason why.
After the first period in the afternoon.
If you want to DM to me or tell me now, because we are live stream right now,
Tom last night.
you can.
True.
Following his instructions, Helen meets Tom.
Whatever you feel comfortable with.
Waving his hand and walking towards him as he says, "Hey Tom, what's up, my friend?"
I will DM to you. Hey, you're going to do that.
With a description? Alright, that's fine.
Says Tom with a serious face.
There you go.
Remember the
There's
watch
your deal.
thieving incident?
Yeah,
How could Helen
I don't want to
forget
push an
about it?
issue if it's sensitive.
That was how he started suffering. Helen nods to show he remembers.
I mean, it's not like major, like the thing you told me about yesterday, what reminded me about, but it's just,
into his eyes.
I explained it in the end.
What?
Okay.
Helen is shocked.
Give me a sec, then I'll look at it.
I stole Judy's watch and framed you as the culprit. Why did you do this? With you as the new target, the victim.
Oh.
My life is much better now.
Good to know.
Yeah.
Tom smirks.
Yeah, so.
Can't you see that?
Just like how I don't like mine being fed, they don't like theirs being fed. But that's if you're directly calling them. They just normally cringe to the word, but if you're calling them that, then that's when they start getting irritated.
Yeah, I even have my own trigger name.
Safe and sound.
Is it your birth name?
The plan was outstandingly perfect.
Well, somewhat.
Helen stood there silently.
If you want to tell me in DM. If you don't want to tell me, you don't have to.
Grabs the collar of Tom's shirt, and after pushing him around a bit, they end up near the edge of the roof. Both struggling in the fight, Tom slips and falls from the roof. Helen instantly grabs his hand and tries to pull him back up, but Helen does not have much strength. He tries as hard as he can to not let go, but his grip on Tom is loosening. I'm so sorry, Helen. Tom falls.
Do I want to ask about the second one?
Scared to look at what's going to happen.
No.
He cannot imagine what will happen to one falling from a 6-story.
Is that related to your birth name at all?
The sickening
no, it's due to some childhood trauma.
Will haunt him forever.
Okay. The first one I could definitely understand because I've been called that.
Yeah.
And that was when I didn't realize that Paradox Butch was born.
Interview with Helen. He was too horrified by the incident, however.
So I'm pretty sure Paradox Butch for me and Crimson for you was born in similar ways.
Comes to the topic of discussion
and nicknames.
Yeah.
Some people think Helen pushed Tom from the roof.
Sorry, bad name.
But most of the others think that Tom committed suicide, and Helen failed saving him. It's no wonder, really, because they saw him grabbing Tom's hand.
I'm going to get back to drawing while being in stream.
That night, Helen was in his room crying, shivering, and he cannot stop the guilt.
That's taking too long to share your thing.
He needs to calm down, and suddenly, a thought flashed.
When I get a chance, I'll explain why the second one later.
That Tom died.
Okay. Only if you want to. If you don't want to, you don't have to.
This makes him feel much better, and his guiltiness fades away too. Helen creepily smiles.
That is not what I could.
Has had his punishment. I suppose it's time for others to have theirs, isn't it? His cries turn into laughter in the dark.
Watch, as soon as I post the fucking link for your stream right now,
yeah,
the bot will be like, "Oh, hey, by the way, let me just
Helen's
post that."
classmates decide to have a party on the day of Halloween.
By the way, did you see your
not to celebrate
did
Halloween.
you see that surprise in my server yet?
Come together to party.
What's the surprise?
Of course, Helen is not invited to the party.
Go in my server and look at your first role.
The night
it's a new
before the
one.
day of Halloween, Judy and Maggie were messaging each other on Facebook. Both of them live in the school dorm, and Judy's room is next to Maggie's. 9:03, Judy. Who's gonna come to tomorrow's party? I'm so excited, smiley face. 9:03, Maggie. Most of our class will be there, but I texted Ben so many times,
Aww.
and even though all the messages I sent are read, he just never replies
You gave me the role of little sister.
Yep.
9:03,
And
Judy.
I also put you right under the
He's
hallway.
probably just working, I guess.
Aww.
9:06, Maggie. Something weird is happening. I've been hearing footsteps coming from outside my door for a long time now. I think someone's walking around the dorm. 9:06, Maggie. Wait, I'll go check. Looking through the hole in the door, Maggie saw something unusual.
I wonder if I
9:07,
can do
Maggie. Oh
I'll
my
see if
god,
I can.
there's a guy outside. He's wearing a mask and a blue jacket, and he's
For
holding a knife.
context, I'm going to see if I can watch stream, listen to music, and be in call all at the same time while drive.
Fuck. He's knocking on my door now. 9:08.
Yeah.
It might work, it might not.
Oh god, oh god, oh god.
Yeah.
9:08, Judy. Just calm down
Let's
and find a weapon or something.
run down.
9:08.
Why did I roll my
Protect
IR?
yourself.
I have no idea. Wait, there was no
9:09,
R in there.
Maggie.
Why did I roll my tongue? I have no idea.
Good thing I locked it. 9:09. I'm scared. Maggie? 9:09.
You know what's funny? A lot of people ask me, how do you roll your tongue like that? And
9:09, Judy.
a lot of people ask
Maggie,
me, how do I roll my tongue like I do?
I don't know. Just some
Save
things
me.
you can do.
It's-
9:09.
I don't know how.
Judy.
Honestly, it's like it's vibrating your
Maggie,
tongue back
calm
and
down.
forth.
9:09.
Actually, no, I'm vibrating my uvula.
Maggie?
Like, it's mainly my uvula, but the base
me,
of my
it's my
tongue is
tongue.
also vibrating.
You there? The message is shown as read.
That's fair.
Judy doesn't see
But
messages.
ironically enough, how I learned how to do
Suddenly,
it,
Judy hears
Okay, now that was my
Okay.
uvula. Oh shit, I didn't know I could make that noise.
the instant she turns around, she feels a terrible pain in her stomach. The bloody person who is wearing a mask.
Okay, you wanna hear a weird noise I can do?
standing behind her, holding
What's
a
that?
knife dripping with blood. Her blood.
Ooh, like I believe a bird.
That
A
night,
bird.
all of the students who were in the dorm
Yeah, I believe a
murdered.
bird could do that if I
No
remember
one
right.
knows how the killer did
Yeah,
it.
I still don't know how the fuck do
The
I make
murderer
that
used
noise.
the victim's blood to paint on the walls of the dorm, with most of the paintings
Yeah, just
being
like
of a smiley face.
brain is
Many of the
trying to
doors
burn. It
had
doesn't
been
need.
chopped up and mashed, possibly to
Excuse me.
get
It
more.
doesn't need to be doing that.
Helen Ortis, the culprit, is still currently missing. However, in the chat room where Judy and Maggie texted
Okay,
each other,
like I was saying,
the
though,
message was
I
written.
learned how to vibrate my
Responded to
throat like
Judy's
that
first message
because of
at
pigeons.
9:03.
Really?
11:15. Judy. Don't be excited about
I don't know why. I always liked
face.
doing bird calls as a kid.
No tomorrow.
And where I grew up, pigeons were actually very much
not able
common.
to break eye contact, he held with her blank, dead eyes. He dragged himself backwards until he backed up into something. He stopped for a second.
What music do I
was dead silent, except for his heavy breathing and crying.
When it comes to that,
He slowly looked up.
Doing the outline for these are never easy.
That's good. I'm gonna have to learn to do stuff like that as well.
It takes some time to learn, but I know a couple classes you can get, online classes that are pretty cheap.
Yeah, you know how my money situation is.
I know, but I'm talking about. If you want, I can give you my description. Give you my login.
Excerpt from a local newspaper.
I swear.
Ominous unknown killer is still at large.
You know I like to help out other artists.
After weeks of unexplained murders,
yeah, that's true.
Oh,
you know how I told you about our building situation?
That he survived one of the killer's attacks.
I'm gonna tell you something at the end, mainly because I don't think it's a smart idea to say it out loud.
Gotcha.
I saw that for some reason the window was open, even though I remember it being closed before I went to bed. I got up and shut it once more. Afterwards, I simply crawled under my covers and tried to get back to sleep.
Tell you about the budget thing I helped her create?
That's when I had a strange feeling.
The what?
Like someone was watching me.
I guess
I looked up and nearly jumped out of my bed. There.
No. Sometimes they will completely forget stuff like
were a pair of eyes. They weren't regular eyes.
I was talking with Izumi and I was helping her
in black and
create a budget plan.
Just plain terrified.
And I was going over the bills with her.
That's when I saw his mouth.
And what you guys can afford and what you should be able to save every month.
Stand up. The figure stood there.
Depending on.
Oh.
Yeah.
Finally, after what seemed like
I think I still have the document if you want me to send it to you instead.
A simple phrase. But said in a way only
sure.
a madman could speak.
I mean, funny enough, I've already talked to Kit about the budget for us to save every paycheck.
That's what sent him at me.
Yeah.
He pulled up a knife, aimed at my heart.
Because I did the math.
Jumped on top of my bed.
And
I kicked, I punched,
if we could save 175 each paycheck,
the man threw the knife. It went into my dad's shoulder. The man
like not just both of us together, but each of us having 175, which is 350.
And ran towards the door.
We should have a really high chance for the move to happen on time.
As I came out of my room,
Alright, do you want me to show you for email?
I looked out of it to see it vanish into the
send it to me in Discord.
I can tell you one thing.
I don't like sharing my emails with anyone.
Those cold, evil eyes. And that psychotic smile.
I think I can.
They will never leave my mind.
Hang on.
Police are still on the lookout for this man. If you see anyone that fits the description in this story, please contact your local police department.
Screenshot it because it would not open up
Jeff
unless you are part of the email.
New neighborhood. His dad had a promotion at work, and they thought it would be best to live in one of those.
Google Drive is always a
Jeff and his brother
BICTH about that.
A new better house.
Yeah.
What was not to love.
There you go.
As they were getting
I was going over some. I don't know if sure if that's the total cost of what you guys are paying them.
I live across the street from you. Well, I just wanted to introduce myself.
But that's what I can gather.
My son. She turns around and calls her son over.
I even added some advice points if you can be able to see it all.
Billy said hi and ran back to play in his yard. Well,
what did you mean by spend possible income?
And this is my husband Peter and
my
2 sons, Jeff and Lou.
Spend possible income.
Because you got a new job, I wasn't sure what your pay stubs were.
Jeff and his brother were about to object when their mother said.
This was before you got your when you you got your job.
When Jeff and his family
when I discussed this with
you.
Jeff went up to his
so that's what my estimate guessed since I didn't add it with the other possible.
If you haven't noticed, I'm not some dumb kid.
What her dad's giving her versus
said his mother.
Did you remember to add kids?
Show that we want to spend time with our neighbors. Now we're going
the
to that
kid
party,
who's
and
working
that's fine.
for me, and also you
Jeff
misspelled my
started to
name.
talk.
That's why I'm like,
Knowing that he
Sorry.
couldn't do anything. It seemed like whenever he's
okay, silly
it was
girl.
final.
Yeah, that's
He
what I
walked
was
up to his room and plopped
basing
down
it
on
off
bed.
of.
He
I was
sat
meant to
there
put
looking at
put
his
kits
ceiling,
on
and
there
suddenly
instead of
got
fins.
a weird feeling. Not so much a pain, but a weird feeling. He dismissed it. It was just some random feeling.
Yeah.
You heard his mother calling him down to
That's
get
what
his stuff.
she's told me. It was
Walked down to get
so I gave an estimate cost, but I didn't
The
put
next day,
in
Jeff
the new
walked
job
down
yet
the
because I didn't
stairs
know how
to
much
get
it was going to
breakfast
pay.
and to get ready for school. As he sat there,
Yeah.
In total for months, so I only added 2 of your guys' total income altogether.
Gave him a slight
Because
pain, but once again he dismissed it.
Now that you're
As he
working,
and Lou
that will
finished
definitely
breakfast,
ease up on
they
your guys'
walked down to
bills
the bus
wise.
stop. They sat there waiting for
Yeah,
us.
especially phone bills.
Some kid on a
Right
skateboard
now,
jumped over
though,
them.
one of the
He
main
was away
things
from
is
the
I'm
box.
hoping to save
They
up
both jumped back in
500
surprise.
worth
Hey, what the
of
hell?
paycheck
The
and
kid
stuff.
landed
The
and
reason why
to
is
them.
because I need to
He
get
picked the
both
skateboard
me
up
and
caught it in his
Aaron
hands.
new phones.
The kid seems to be about 12.
And the reason why it's so high
He wears an
is
Aeropostale
because
shirt and
we're
ripped
very,
blue jeans.
like,
Well. Looks like we got some news.
I'm going to get both
Suddenly,
me and them
a lot of
phone
kids
cases.
appeared.
I'm going to get screen
All the super
protectors because
senior
I don't want a
kids.
repeat of this phone.
Yeah, because
Well,
that's
Since
because
you're new here,
Phone
from
I'm
what I
talking to you on right now.
yeah,
over there
Sorry.
is Keith.
from what I can
Jeff
gather
and Lou looked over to the skinny
from
kid. He had a
your
dopey
guys'
face
total
that
income
you'd expect a sidekick to
Oh.
have. And here's
out
Troy.
of what she's told
They
me
looked
so
over to
far
the
about
fat
what you
kid.
guys pay normally.
Talk about a tub of lard.
Yeah.
This kid looked like he
There's
hadn't
the total
exercised
amount up
since
top.
he was crawling.
And what you
And
guys
I,
do from
said the
what
first kid,
what your situation
and
is
Randy.
now.
Now, for all the kids in this neighbourhood, there is a small price for bus fare if you catch
And an
my drift.
estimate cost for
Lou stood up, ready to punch the lights out of this kid's eyes
So-
when one of his friends pulled a knife on him.
and the dates about when they come.
I had hoped you'd be more cooperative, but
Yeah.
it seems we must do
So-
this the hard way.
With
The kid
your
walked
new
up to Lou
income,
and took
if
his
you
wallet
add
out
that
of his
to it,
pocket.
you guys would
Jeff
be a
got that
lot more
feeling
financially
again.
stable.
Now
if
it
you,
was truly
plan
strong,
right.
a burning sensation. He stood
That's
up,
the plan.
but Lou gestured him to sit down.
Yeah,
Jeff ignored him.
but this is just
All
an
of my
this is all estimate. I rounded
Listen
up,
here, you little punk.
not rounded down.
Give back my bro's wallet.
So this is
or
giving
else.
a rough estimate
Randy
to
put
your
the
current
wallet in his
situation.
pocket and pulled out his own knife. Oh,
Alright.
and
So
what will you do?
hopefully that helps.
Just as he finished the sentence, Jeff popped the kid in the nose.
That
As
does.
Randy reached for his face,
But yeah.
grabbed the
Yeah,
kid's
I
wrist
wanted
and
to
broke
help
it.
out if
Randy
I could.
screamed, and Jeff grabbed the
So
knife
I-
from his hand.
That's fair.
Keith and Troy
And
rushed
from what
at
I've
Jeff,
learned from
but Jeff was
experience,
too quick. He
I
threw
recommend
Randy to
getting
the
a
ground.
date, like a
Keith
schedule or a
lashed out at
calendar
him,
book, like
but Jeff ducked and stabbed him in the arm.
a planner.
Keith dropped his knife.
Write
fell to
down
the ground screaming.
all the bills that you have on
Troy
what
rushed
specific
him too.
dates they
Jeff
have.
didn't even need the knife. He just punched Troy straight in the stomach. and
Yeah, I've been
knocked him out.
thinking about actually
As he
doing
fell,
that
he
for
fell over.
That's what I've been doing with
Oh,
mine,
Do
and trust me,
nothing,
I've
but look in
saved
amazement
so
at
much.
Jeff.
And the
Jeff,
trick
how
is,
do you...
make sure you
That
have
was
the
all he
money
said.
in the account
They saw the
before
bus coming,
in the
and they
beginning
knew
of
they'd be
it,
blamed for
not
the
the
whole thing.
end.
So they started running as fast as they could.
Agreed.
As they ran, they looked back and
Oh,
saw
yeah,
the bus driver
to
rushing
explain
towards
why
the others.
I bought
As Jeff and Lou
screen
made it back to
protectors.
school,
Mhm.
they didn't
My
dare tell
phone
anyone what happened.
that I'm talking to you on now
All they did
does not
was
have a
sit
screen
and
protector.
listen. Lou just
So
thought his
it
brother
will
being a
click
believer,
on shit
but Jeff knew
randomly.
there was something more.
It
Ooh.
already has
Something
a
scary.
big crack in
As
one
he
of the
got that
corners.
feeling, he felt how powerful it was. The
And
touch
if
just hurt something.
there's too much
He didn't like how it
perspiration on
sounded,
it, if
but he couldn't help but
especially
feel happy.
usually the perspiration is
Strange
right
feeling
where my
in the
keyboard is,
and
it will
stay
constantly
awake
keep
the
typing
entire
on the
day of school.
keyboard,
Even
like
as he
in the
walked
same
home, due
lecture.
to the whole thing happening near the bus stop, and how
You might
now
want to
he
get a phone
probably
case
wouldn't be
with
taking
a
the
screen
bus
protector.
anymore. He felt happy.
I haven't been able to
When
find
he got
one,
home, his parents
but
asked
at
him
this
how his
point,
day
I
was.
just want to fly out
He
a new
said,
phone.
in a somewhat ominous voice,
I need a new
"It was a
phone,
wonderful day."
especially because the phone that
Next
I am
morning,
currently
he heard
looking
a knock
at,
on his
that I
front
plan
door.
to get both
He
me and
walked in to
Aaron,
find two police
which
officers
including
at the door.
phone cases, screen
His mother looked back
protectors,
at him with an angry
SD
look.
cards,
Jeff, these officers tell me
those are all I can remember right now.
That it wasn't regular fighting.
That's why I need to save up for 500.
Stabbed, son.
Yeah.
Jeff's gaze fell to
so we could get those, get everything we need, because the phone that both me and Aaron currently have.
Well, with you guys, with you working now, that'll definitely help out with your guys' financial situation.
Found 3 kids,
so.
2 stabbed, 1 had a bruise on his stomach.
So yeah, with the phones that me and Aaron currently have, our internal storage is only 32 gigabytes.
Jeff knew it was no use. He could
but the phones that I'm looking at, which is actually on the cheaper side, because they're revision version of phones from the past. Basically remake. Remake, but upgraded to be better.
Jeff couldn't do it.
Right.
120 gigabytes of internal storage, and it also allows.
Beat up the kids. Lou tried to hold me back.
Oh, sorry. My current phone has only 24 gigabytes of internal storage.
And they both nod. Well, kid.
But anyways.
Looks like a juvie.
Yeah, it's where they're caught.
Wait.
Gotcha.
Said Lou. They all looked up
it's just like
holding a knife.
my phone only allows 32 gigabytes for SD card, while the phone that I'm looking at allows the over 500
to prove it. He lifted up his sleeves to reveal cuts and bruises, as if he had been in a struggle.
The phone that I'm currently looking at for both me and Aaron.
Down, said the officer.
Which I will need, especially being an artist.
And dropped it to the ground. He put his hands up and walked over to the cops. No, Lou. It was me. I did it. Jeff had tears running down.
Especially because usually I like to have my canvas size at 2K.
Trying to take the blame for what I did. Well, take me away. The police led Lou out to the patrol car. Lou, tell them it was me.
Because I don't like it when it's smaller than 1K, and 2K is just my comfort size for most of my art pieces.
Jeff watched helplessly as the cop car speeds off with Lou inside.
Also, I sent you the thing that I said I was going to DM you. I will be right back though. I have to mute so your stream doesn't hear noises.
Cords were strained from crying. Instead, Jeff's mother walked his father inside to break the bad news to him, as Jeff wept in the driveway. After an hour or so, Jeff walked back into the house, seeing that his parents were both shocked, sad, and disappointed. He couldn't look at them. He couldn't see how they thought of Lou when it was his fault. He just went to sleep, trying to get the whole thing off his mind. 2 days went by, with no word from Lou at the JDC. No friends to hang out with, nothing but sadness and guilt.
Oh, this is going to take a while,
Saturday,
especially with all the
Jeff
ruffles in this one.
His mother with a happy, sunshiny face. Jeff, it's the day, she said as she opened up the curtains and let light flood into his room. What? What's today? Groaned Jeff as he stirred awake. Why, it's Billy's party today. He was now fully awake. Mum, you're joking, right? You don't expect me to go to some kid's party after... There was a long pause. Jeff, we both know what happened. I think this party could be the thing that brightens up the past days. Now get dressed. Jeff's mother walked out of the room and downstairs to get ready herself. He fought himself to get up. He picked out a random shirt and a pair of jeans and walked downstairs. He saw his mother and father all dressed up, his mother in a dress and his father in a suit. He thought to himself, why would they ever wear such fancy clothes to a kid's party? Jeff, is that really what you're going to wear? Said Jeff's mum. Better than wearing too much, he said. His mother pushed down the urge to yell at him and hid it with a smile. Now Jeff, we might be overdressed, but this is how you go if you want to make an impression, said his father. Jeff grunted and went back up to his room. I don't have any fancy clothes, he yelled downstairs. Just pick out something.
Talking to you about, I said I didn't want to say out loud, I sent you in DMs.
He found a pair of black dress pants he had for special occasions and an undershirt. He couldn't find a shirt to go with it though. He looked around and only found striped and patterned shirts, none of which go with dress pants. Finally, he found a white hoodie and put it on. You're wearing that? They both said. His mother looked at her watch. Oh, no time to change, let's just go, she said as she herded Jeff and his father out the door. They crossed the street over to Barbara and Billy's house. They knocked on the door, and at it appeared Barbara, just like his parents, way overdressed. As they walked inside, all Jeff could see were adults, no kids.
I did not mean to do that.
The kids are out in the yard, Jeff. How about you go and meet some of them, said Barbara. Jeff walked outside to a yard full of kids. They were running around in weird cowboy costumes and shooting each other with plastic guns. He might as well be standing at Toys R Us. Suddenly a kid came up to him and handed him a toy gun and hat. Hey, wanna play? He said. No kid. I'm way too old for this stuff. The kid looked at him with that weird puppy dog face.
Oh yeah, that's actually
said the kid. To do. Fine, said Jeff. He put on the hat and started to pretend to shoot the kids. At first he thought it was totally ridiculous, but then he started to actually have fun. It might not have been super cool, but it was the first time he had done something that had taken his mind off of Lou. So he played with the kids for a while, until he heard a noise. A weird rolling noise. Then it hit him. Randy, Troy and Keith all jumped over the fence on their skateboards. Jeff dropped the fake gun and ripped off the hat. Randy looked at Jeff with a burning hatred. Hello, Jeff, is it? He said. We have some unfinished business. Jeff saw his bruised nose. I think we're even. I beat the crap out of you and you got my brother sent to JDC. Randy got an angry look in his eyes. Oh no. I don't go for even. I go for winning. You may have kicked our asses that one day, but not today. As he said that, Randy rushed at Jeff. They both fell to the ground. Randy punched Jeff in the nose and Jeff grabbed him by the ears and headbutted him. Jeff pushed Randy off of him and they both rose to their feet. Kids were screaming and parents were running out of the house. Troy and Keith both pulled guns out of their pockets. No one interrupts us or guts will fly, they said. Randy pulled a knife on Jeff and stabbed him in the shoulder. Jeff screamed and fell to his knees. Randy started kicking him in the face. After 3 kicks, Jeff grabbed his foot and twisted it, causing Randy to fall on the ground. Jeff stood up and walked towards the back door. Troy grabbed him. Need some help? He picks Jeff up by the back of the collar and throws him through the patio door. As Jeff tries to stand, he is kicked down to the ground. Randy repeatedly starts kicking Jeff until he starts coughing up blood. Come on, Jeff, fight me. He picks Jeff up and throws him into the kitchen. Randy sees a bottle of vodka on the counter and smashes the glass over Jeff's head. Fight! He throws Jeff back into the living room. Come on, Jeff.
Jeff's story.
Yeah, I figured since I'm doing creepypasta stories, especially with a creepypasta drawing, it seemed appropriate.
Sent to JDC. And now you're just going to sit here and let him rot in there for a whole year? You should be ashamed. Jeff starts to get up. Oh, finally, you stand and fight. Jeff is now on his feet, blood and vodka on his face. Once again he gets that strange feeling, the one he hasn't felt for some time now. Finally he's up, says Randy as he runs at Jeff. That's when it happens. Something inside of Jeff snaps. His psyche is destroyed. All rational thinking is gone. All he can do is kill. He grabs Randy and pile drives him to the ground. He gets on top of him and punches him straight in the heart. The punch causes Randy's heart to stop. As Randy gasps for breath, Jeff hammers down on him, punch after punch, blood gushing from Randy's body until he takes one final breath and dies. Everyone is looking at Jeff now. The parents, the crying kids, even Troy and Keith, although they easily break from their gaze and point their guns at Jeff. Jeff sees the guns trained on him and runs for the stairs. As he runs, Troy and Keith let out fire on him. Each shot missing, Jeff runs up the stairs. He hears Troy and Keith follow up behind. As they let out their final rounds of bullets, Jeff ducks into the bathroom. He grabs a towel rack and rips it off the wall. Troy and Keith race in, knives ready. Troy swings his knife at Jeff, who backs away and bangs the towel rack into Troy's face. Troy goes down hard, and now all that's left is Keith. He is more agile than Troy though, and ducks when Jeff swings the towel rack. He dropped the knife and grabbed Jeff by the neck. He pushed him into the wall. A bottle of bleach fell down on top of him onto a shelf. It burnt both of them, and they both started to scream. Jeff wiped his eyes as best as he could. He pulled back the towel rack and swung it straight into Keith's head. As he lay there bleeding to death, an ominous smile broke out on his face. "What's so funny?" asked Jeff. Keith pulled out a lighter and flicked it on. "What's funny," he said, "is that you're covered in bleach and alcohol." Jeff's eyes widened as Keith threw the lighter at him. As soon as the flame made contact with him, the flames ignited the alcohol in the vodka. While the alcohol burned him, the bleach bleached his skin. Jeff let out a terrible screech as he caught on fire. He tried to roll out the fire, but it was no use. The alcohol had made him a walking inferno. He ran down the hall and fell down the stairs. Everybody started screaming as they saw Jeff, now a man on fire, drop to the ground, nearly dead. The last thing Jeff saw was his mother and the other parents trying to extinguish the flames. That's when he passed out. When Jeff woke, he had a cast wrapped around his face. He couldn't see anything, but he felt a cast on his shoulder and stitches all over his body. He tried to stand up, but he realised there was some tube in his arm. And when he tried to get up, it
had to watch a video to
"I don't think you can get out of bed just yet," she said as she put him back in his bed and
this was an interesting video.
Jeff sat
Anyways, I had to watch a video to get brushes unlocked on the art program
Finally,
that I use.
He heard his mother. "Honey, are you okay?"
Yeah.
she asked. Jeff couldn't answer though. His face was covered and he was unable to speak.
I did not.
"Oh, honey, I have some great news. After all the witnesses told the police that Randy confessed to trying to attack you, they decided to let Lou go." This made Jeff almost bolt up, stopping halfway, remembering the
which is
tube coming out of his
basically
arm.
kind of partially a
"We'll be out
rip-off
by
of
tomorrow,
Pokemon.
and then you two will be able to be together again." Jeff's mother hugs Jeff and says their goodbyes. The next couple of weeks were those where Jeff was visited by his family. Then came the day where his bandages were to be removed. His family were all there to see it, what he would look like. As the doctors unwrapped the bandages from Jeff's face, everyone was on the edge of their seats. They waited until the last bandage holding the cover over his face was almost removed. "Let's hope for the best," said the doctor. He quickly pulls the cloth, letting the rest fall from Jeff's face. Jeff's mother screams at the sight of his face. Lou and Jeff's dad stare awestruck. What happened to my face?" Jeff said. He rushed out of bed and ran to the bathroom. He looked in the mirror and saw the cause of the distress. His face. It's horrible. His lips were burnt to a deep shade of red. His face was turned into a purple-white colour, and his hair singed from brown to black. He slowly put his hand to his face. It had a sort of leathery feel to it now. He looked back at his family, then back at the mirror. "Jeff," said Lou. "It's not that bad." "Not that bad?" said Jeff. "It's perfect." His family were equally surprised. Jeff started laughing uncontrollably. His parents noticed that his left eye and hand were twitching. Jeff? Are you okay?" "Okay? I've never felt more happy." "Look at me. This face goes perfectly with me." He couldn't stop laughing. He was stroking his face, feeling it, looking at it in the mirror. What caused this? Well, you may recall that when Jeff was fighting Randy, something in his mind, his sanity snapped. Now he was left as a crazy killing machine. That is, his parents didn't know. "Doctor," said Jeff's mum, "is my son alright? You know, in the head?" Oh yes, this behaviour is typical for patients who have taken large amounts of painkillers. If this behaviour doesn't change in a few weeks, bring him back here and we'll give him a psychological test. Oh, thank you, Doctor. Jeff's mother went over to Jeff. Jeff, sweetie, it's time to go home.
By the way, just to give you a heads up, Eve has been saying hi in chat. No, don't know. Eve has said hi in chat, or Rach, should you know her.
This is what came in,
sorry,
said the lady at the desk.
It's alright.
Sorry.
Down to see the black dress pants and white.
I haven't been seeing the chat thing for it either.
Jeff's mother led his room.
I did ask Riku though to help you with the chat thing.
Yeah.
This was their final day of life.
Yeah.
Later that night.
I mean, if he can't, especially after what happened yesterday, the best I could suggest is just look up how to fix it.
She slowly walked over to see what it was.
Yeah.
When she looked into the bathroom, she saw a horrendous sight.
Do you,
Jeff had taken a knife.
When you do the coloring like that, do you have it, on a partially downgraded opacity so that the outline could be seen there?
I couldn't keep smiling, Mummy. It hurt after a while. Now I can smile forever. Jeff's mother noticed his
the black outline, I could see,
Jeff, your eyes.
I could see under the coloring you're doing right now, or is it over the coloring?
It's actually over.
I couldn't see my face.
Oh.
I got tired and my eyes started to close.
I actually changed the occupancy
so I could forever see myself,
from
my new face. Jeff's
normal
mother slowly
to a
started
soft
to back
light.
Away, seeing that her son was going insane.
Because that's what it looks like when it's normal.
What's wrong, Mummy? Aren't I beautiful?
That's
yes, son,
fair, and I should try that out sometime.
Let me go get Daddy.
I turned it to a soft light so I can get the actual outline
She ran into the
of
room and shook Jeff's dad from his sleep.
Because when you look at
get the gun,
Sally and
she stopped as she saw Jeff in the
Lazari, I did the same technique.
Mummy, you lied.
Because each one's on soft light, that's why you can still see the outline of it, but also it changes the color from underneath
his little brother
to make it look like I changed the upper part of it to a different color.
He didn't hear anything else, so he just shut his eyes and tried to go back to sleep. As he was on the border of sleep, he got the strangest feeling.
Maybe it'll actually help me out a lot.
Yeah. That's what I've been doing with mine.
Before Jeff's hand covered his mouth.
I'm guessing you learned it from the class thing you were talking to me about?
Actually, this is a personal technique I learned myself.
Oh, okay.
Jeff said.
I was doing a lot of experiment work before I started taking the classes, and I only been taking the class for about a year now.
Ooh.
And I've learned a lot from it. Techniques I actually already knew, and some techniques I did not know to help me improve my own work.
Ooh, okay.
It's what taught me how to do scenery backgrounds.
Yeah, I definitely need to learn scenery backgrounds because
then I know just the class for you. Depending. What do you normally use for a program?
Ibis Paint.
Ibis Paint. Ooh.
Because that's the only thing I can get on my phone that's actually workable for me, basically.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Since I use mine on my computer, so I can actually use
This
Adobe.
video may contain offensive language or be frightening to some viewers.
Wait, you use Adobe?
Yeah. You didn't see the Photoshop
I thought that
Adobe
was
set?
Studio.
No, I've always used Adobe.
Studio.
I have been using Adobe since high school.
Jack had always had poor eyesight.
I don't have the money for either of them.
I only pay $10 a month for the program and some other ones.
Compared to the rest of his.
Is there a way to do a one-time
he had to
keep
get
it?
prescription glasses.
Or is it
he had
I
to
can look.
pay per month?
And had to deal with having glasses that made him
I never looked
like
into
a
that.
total nerd.
But I get the update, the new
part
updates every
was
time.
Probably the name calling, like
Okay.
4 eyes, Harry Potter that he had to deal with.
Once you guys are more financially stable, then you can be able to...
He had gotten used to it and grown into the glasses.
See what you can afford and what you can't.
Everybody accepted them.
True. I do want to try to go for Clip Studio Paint.
He looked quite handsome with them on.
Yeah, you can easily buy that one time, so...
turned out alright. Or so he
I was going to tell you now, it's not cheap.
When turning 16, Jack's vision sort of turned dotty. He would see random things happen to him.
How much is it?
He could see, such as at times, whenever he was talking to people, their faces would distort.
I'm not familiar with Clip Studio Paint.
They would look as if they were
I meant with what
collapsing in on themselves,
and
it scared him immensely. He consulted
I only paid $10 a month.
Who had prescribed
I got the bundle pack, so I can use multiple apps at once.
He just blew it off as weak eyesight and told him to be on his way. His vision went from bad to worse. He would wake up with black running down his walls,
can I be heard?
making his room into some deep black box
that
kept him trapped.
I can finally be heard.
At school,
I got disconnected, which is why my sentence got cut off.
Ah, gotcha.
Yeah, but I was wondering about if I remember right, when it comes to Clip Studio Paint, for a one-time payment that was like $50, I think, or $100, around there.
He avoided conversations with anyone, even his family.
Like I said, you gotta ask Rico, he does the full version.
Could you
I know,
me a hand?
but I'm talking about Adobe, not the
Oh, sorry.
Never anything like
True horrible darkest.
While in his room,
I'll have to look.
He heard a gentle knock
Please
on
do.
his door. Who is it? He asked. The door creaked open a bit, his mother poking her head in. You have company. 3 friends of yours want to see if you're alright, she said sweetly. He blinked. Friends? Who? Instead of answering, 3 people barged into the room with grins on their faces. Jeff, a tall and lanky boy with a knack for grinning widely, grabbed Jack, putting him in a headlock, giving him a knuckle sandwich. Hey bud, how've you been? He joked, noggening him.
I
Mason,
don't think
aka
they have
Masty,
a one-time payment.
like his friends called him.
They mostly have...
Stepped in afterwards. A small
They only have a
but
subscription
sheepish
plan.
smile tugged on his lips.
Ah.
He waved while Howard,
Yeah, they have a 7-day free trial.
an annoyed look on his
Yeah.
face. You guys came to see me? Jack
Yeah, I have a hard time trusting myself when it comes to subscription plans.
Mason chuckled.
That's why I usually go for the
We were worried.
$10 a month.
Right, Hoodie.
I only
didn't seem that concerned.
Because I only get the $10 a month comes with the lighting room, mobile lighting room classic, and the Photoshop for the iPad
towards him, though.
and desktop.
Hoodie was the type that didn't like to be viewed.
Basically, it's a small bundle subscription.
But he knew well that they were still good friends.
Alright. I mean, I do know one thing though, before I can even go back to trying on computer, I need a new computer, I need to get the art tablet I've been looking at.
Yeah, start with something small first, like building the computer first, because that's usually the most expensive.
I know. The computer I'm currently looking at, which so far has good specs, is like around $500.
But I don't think he really gets it. Jeff nodded and thought for a moment.
But if you guys want to move and stuff like that, focus on that first, and that way you can check out. That way you can get to something more permanent.
Shaking his head.
That was the plan.
Marsky thought for a moment too, and then quickly snapped his fingers. Have you tried eating kidneys?
I have to type out this, not that.
They all looked at Marsky with a confused, taken aback look. He laughed a bit. I don't know where I read it, but I heard somewhere that if you
I need
enough
enough
kidneys,
layers before I
eyesight
use them.
increases almost instantly. I think it also
I want to be
brain functioning. And
I want to make this as
maybe you're just lacking kidneys.
Very nice.
Jack swiped him on the head with the back of his palm,
you know,
the side of his skull. Are you stupid?
But yeah, if you hear me just randomly say something, it's probably me setting up layers or detail art.
Gotcha.
I can't remember the last time I had kidneys.
You okay?
So maybe it's worth a shot.
Huh?
In a quick motion,
you okay?
He his favourite black hoodie and bolted out the room, leaving with a quick note going to the market before leaving the
room. Do you need hugs?
Jeff, Mason and Howard stared in disbelief of how quick Jack had the door.
Ooh.
And I've already had it, so I don't want it again, so I'm keep helping take care of her. Well,
are you sure you want to eat this?
Well, when you're around her, the best I can say is what about?
Oh, she's wearing a mask too whenever we go in to do something.
A slice of the meat that had been cooking on the stove. He nodded eagerly,
I'm sorry to hear that.
Cutting into his dinner and shoveling it
We're
into
kind
his
of worried
mouth.
about it because she's also
She
diabetic.
Almost sickened by the barbaric way her son.
Oh, that does not sound like a wonderful mixture.
He chewed
at all.
From what I've heard from COVID, that is like the worst one you can get for her.
Not that bad. Tastes pretty good. He nodded in approval before eating more. Alright, just take it easy, she said before leaving the room.
To hear that. I hope the mama stinger feels better soon.
The next day,
I tried to be clever with that to try to cheer you up. It did not sound right.
Didn't bleed with blood.
It's alright. It did make me laugh.
He smiled, happy that Marsky's advice had actually worked.
Victory is mine.
He got up, got dressed, and headed to school with a little bit more.
Victory is mine!
He waved to people, whistled a couple of songs, and interacted with almost everyone he met. Whoa, I'm guessing the kidneys worked. Marsky laughed.
Remember, fam, you gotta make sure that the drip comes off this way.
Jack nodded in agreement, smiling more eagerly than ever before. Like a charm, I owe you one. He fist bumped Marsky before heading off to his first class. After a couple of days, the effect of the kidney began to wear off. Jack was expecting this, so he ran down to the supermarket to buy more, and soon enough his eyesight returned to normal, just as he'd hoped.
There we go.
This cycle went on for a couple of months, and it costed most of Jack's allowance. He was now borrowing from his mother and father, of course doing chores to earn the money. But on one particular day, he received horrific news. Out? The butcher nodded.
By the way, did you see the bit I told you about in DM?
Of pork in his hands. Afraid so. There's been a recall of kidney all over the state since some sort of sickness was being spread after eating them, like swine flu or something like that. Jack bit his lip.
Hang on, I'm
Don't
reading.
understand. I need this meat. I might go insane if I don't get it. The butcher only pursed his lips and shook his head. Wish I could help you out there, buddy, but we're all out.
That's awesome.
And don't bother going to other stores either.
And she did that too while I was at work, so that caught me very much off guard.
Realizing that there wouldn't be meat.
Hey, if it helps, it helps.
A month at least.
Yeah, I'm very grateful, which I need to actually thank her. I wanted to wait until it gets off pending, because the way that she did it takes 6 days to business days, to be exact, to get off of pending and fully go into PayPal, but that feels like waiting too long.
Trying his best to shut out the terrible visions that tormented him.
Understandable.
But it wouldn't stop from there.
Yeah.
The scenes that he had to witness, they were becoming too much for him. Everything he had to see on a daily basis was now breaking him.
I find it funny that the way that I'm doing this mission right now, while watching live and being in part of live,
Jack, are you all
my
right?
client wanted a slime fox.
Wanted a what?
So a slime fox.
Slime fox?
Stood over him.
Yeah, a fox
her
slime.
Eyes bleeding from the sockets with black ooze.
Yeah, and usually most foxes has a ring, like a tail that's not just one solid color.
He screamed, shielding himself from the sight before him.
Excuse me.
They were worse than ever before.
So it's just like
visions. He had to get.
I got confirmation from him. It's like I asked him about how he wanted me to do the tail, and then
scratching at
like
his cornea until he
for the color scheme, and then it's like
he didn't stop there.
I was like, what if I be a little extra and give the tail kind of like a overlay ice cream kind of look, like how ice cream likes to look, and he actually liked that idea.
He just wanted kidney.
Yeah.
Jack, he turned to face his mother.
It's gonna drive me nuts.
Right. Yeah. He remembered studying it back
Let's
in biology class. He needed the kidney so bad. Could he? I need. He followed the sound of his mother's voice, grabbing into the sewing of her skirt. He tugged until he made sure he had a good grip on her. Then attacked. She fell to the floor, scrambling to get away from her own son. Jack! Jack, stop! She shrieked, trying to push him off of her. But Jack had already begun to dig into her skin.
So basically, the tail is going to look like layered over ice cream.
Began to rip apart,
in a way.
Felt muscle showing.
A double layered ice cream, to be exact.
To dig around for the prize.
Like with double overlay layer, I mean.
Yeah.
On the right? Yeah, that's where it was. It had to be. He would take a bite of every single organ
and
in the
also,
body until he found.
I don't know if Eve is still in live stream. In the live stream chat, I can't check.
He finally
because
his beloved kidney.
Eve, are you still here?
The flavor of his own mother's organ with one
See us that way.
Gulp.
Oh?
I got one from Gory saying, geez, pretty, fancy, schmancy, guess you'll have to invest your money well. Double layer ice cream.
Here's my old desk. I've wasted so much
I'm glad I'm entertaining y'all with
he said, I'll take a Twix and a Snicker double layer.
But I didn't have time to reminisce.
Man, ice cream sounds good right now.
And I
great, now I'm...
to find out.
I'm now apologizing. I did not give you permission to switch colors. Okay, let's see.
Alright, now let's add some...
This video may contain offensive language or be frightening to some viewers.
What's my color palette?
Recommended.
There it is. Let's add some pink.
Lou Woods was a good boy. He always did as told. He got good grades.
So yeah,
he always tried to keep his younger brother.
If things work out in favor, Eve is also going to be helping us make sure that the move happens. Both Eve and Mission, actually.
Didn't end up where he had been.
If things work out in favor.
Volunteered himself
things work out.
because he loved his brother too much to let Jeff go in his place. It had been a lonely,
all I know is I just hope that
Leon's
happily ever.
Now it had been weeks since Lou had been released from that horrible place, only to see his little brother in such a delicate state.
I'm not sorry if I made you hungry, Gory.
As often as he could after school.
Sorry, not sorry.
Jeff couldn't speak, but that didn't stop Lou from trying to keep his
hopefully fades work out because, like,
he told him about mundane
I want it to happen. I don't want to wait another year.
How he still hadn't.
Because originally we were supposed to move out of Texas
this one boy
in 2021.
Calling him a prison reject.
Actually, no, this year. My bad.
He was saving up to buy him a game for Jeff.
Going to do it this year, but so many things decided to be like, oh no, I'm going to cockblock you.
Stuck in that hospital. Jeff did have a hospital roommate, but Lou had a feeling he was just as lonely for his sibling without him as it was for Lou
I think so.
when he was in that joke of a correction.
Just like dealing with
time passed enough, though,
extreme amount of depression at the time because, well, before everything happened, an ex was
he had reminded himself
be a lot of depression.
No matter what his brother looked like now, he was still the boy who could play fight with him, play video games with him, and to rely on him as a role model.
I did not give you permission to change colors.
Cloth was removed.
Anyways,
and his
was basically where they weren't talking to me at all.
Wasn't an illusion.
Like,
he swallowed back the
I had to find things out through other people that they should have been telling me, and that just caused a lot of stress.
Not that bad. His first lie to his brother. Jeff's reply.
But yeah, I'm not going to go into that because that is not the stream, and yeah.
That night, Lou fell asleep after some thought. He was sure he had already gotten used to Jeff's fate. It was still his brother, after all, no matter what he looked like.
Am I still here?
Yeah, you're still here. I can still hear you pretty well.
He woke up.
Trying to make sure I got no response, so I didn't know.
In his
Sorry.
stomach, informing him something wasn't right. But he ignored it and tried to go back to sleep.
All I'll say is lack of communication can really mess someone up. Especially someone that actually needs that could be. No. I was talking about my ex, silly.
Oops.
Making him out until
You
was pushed over
goofball.
onto his bed. His assailant
Yeah,
him down.
they caused a lot of lack of communication, which really messed with me mentally.
The person above him was Jeff.
Yeah.
And he was bleeding from freshly made gouges in his cheeks. The kitchen knife reflected in the dim moonlight coming from the window as Lou thrashed, trying to scream under the hand. His younger sibling cooed softly, like a mother talking to her newborn. Go to sleep. The feeling of the knife digging into his chest lightly was painful. The cut that followed in his abdomen was the worst pain the boy had ever felt. Not even the time Lou had cut himself deeply with the knife compared to the burning, sharp pain.
Should I share this with Finn?
Belly, increasing the pain.
What'd you do?
And blood pooled over onto his sheet.
Recall that video from Halo.
Oh my god.
Moving his other hand to Lou's abdomen.
You're gonna show him that?
The older boy was still screaming his head off as the lunatic stuck his hand inside the
I think he may find it amusing. Who knows? Let's see if I can find him.
My organs. Let's thought in horror. As the world blurred and finally went dark. He wasn't sure if he had heard Jeff say, "Good night, big brother," or not, before passing out. Lou's eyes fluttered.
There you go, Finn. Have fun with that.
Anything for hearing. Oh good, he's awake. A female's voice.
I'm about to treat Discord like a freaking soccer ball.
What happened?
Hey kid.
I got disconnected again.
I know everything's been rough on you, but don't worry. You're safe now. He won't be able to touch
Also, I will explain in the end what my ex did.
Lou took a moment to process the word. He who? Who's he? Where am I? Oh God, it hurts. Calm down, kid. You're going to drive the heart monitor crazy. The soft pressure gripped his hand, and Lou closed his eyes, trying to relax. I'll tell the doctor to up your dose. You're a lucky kid. That psycho bastard has already killed quite a few people. He looks like a demon or something from the police sketches. Wouldn't want to run into him in an alley at night. Lou frowned. Oh, right. Jeff. His brother had said goodnight to him after finally coming home. And then... Wait, did she just call his brother a demon? His eyes snapped wide open. It was only now he noticed the rapid beeping noise of the heart monitor as he caught sight of the nurse by his bedside. He didn't even realise he had started to sit up until she pushed him down lightly. Lou's eyes trailed to her tools by his side. Kill her, the voice insisted in his head. Whoa, you're really rowdy. Please try and calm down before I have to get there. She didn't get to finish, as Lou grabbed scissors from her tray, jabbing them into her eye. Shut up, he said in a low voice. Shut up. Shut up! His voice picked up as he pulled back, stabbing her again to the lullaby of her scream. And again, a fourth time. He lost track after her body fell to the floor, her good eye staring up at him blankly, and his hands covered in her blood. Dead. Get out of here. Lou didn't think twice. He got up, stumbling his way to the chair that had fresh clothes on it. There was a little card that said, "Get well soon," from Billy. He threw it aside and quickly got dressed, hissing in pain when he tried to bend the wrong way on his stitches. One look in the mirror revealed his body was littered in stitches. Those are new, he thought, as he finished pulling his shirt on and walked back to the corpse. You were so goddamn annoying, and my brother is not a bastard or a demon. I'd beg to differ, but whatever. The voice in his head was ignored, and he shoved the corpse back under the bed and used paper towels from the bathroom to try and clean up the blood as much as possible. Hopefully that would buy him time as he left the room and slowly navigated the hospital for the exit. Every once in a while, his stomach flared in a painful protest, but Lou knew he couldn't turn back now. Jeffrey Woods was a murderer, and now Lou Woods was one too. I was awoken in the darkness of the night by a loud scream from below. I shot up on the couch and looked around. There was nothing but the creaking boards and howling house.
Is it still on?
Sister hadn't been so lucky. When the thought of his older sister came, he couldn't help.
That's why.
This video may contain offensive language and be frightening to some viewers. Viewer discretion is recommended. The long road home seemed to go on and on. The road continued to outstretch in front of the vehicle endlessly. The light that shone through the branches of the tall green trees danced across the windows in random patterns, every once in a while obnoxiously shining in your eyes. The surrounding was full of deep green trees forming a forest around the road. The only sound was the sound of the car's engine as it travelled down the path. It was peaceful and let off a serene feeling. Although the ride seemed like a nice one, it lacked every form of nice for both passengers. The middle-aged woman behind the steering wheel had neat short brown hair that fit her complexion quite well. She wore a green V-neck t-shirt and a pair of blue jeans. Diamond stud earrings decorated each of her ears, which partially showed from behind her haircut. She had deep green eyes, which were brought out by her shirt, and the lighting seemed to make them more noticeable. There wasn't much significant about her appearance. She just looked like any average mother you would see on TV shows and such.
I'll check it out.
But one thing for sure made her different from those average mothers.
I suggest not reading it out loud, though.
I won't.
Her facial expression was gloomy and sad, although she genuinely looked like someone who smiled a lot. She would sniff every once in a while, and occasionally glance back in the rearview mirror to look back at her son in the back seat. who was hunched over partially, his arms held tight around his chest, and his head pressed against the cold window. The boy lacked any normal appearance. Anyone could blandly see that something was wrong with him. His messy brown hair went in every which way, and his pale, almost grey skin was brought out by the luminescent lighting. His eyes were dark, unlike his mother's, and he wore a light t-shirt and scrub pants that had been provided to him by the hospital. The clothes he had worn before were so shredded and blood-stained that they weren't wearable anymore. The right side of his face bared a few cuts along with his split eyebrow. His right arm was bandaged up all the way to his shoulder, which had been shredded when his right side had hit the shattered glass. His injuries appeared to be painful, when really he couldn't feel a thing. He never could feel a thing. That was one of the glories about being him. One of the many challenges he had to face growing up was growing up with the rare disease that caused him to be completely numb towards pain. Never before had he felt himself get hurt. He could have lost an arm and felt nothing. That and another major disorder he had faced was the one that deemed him many insulting nicknames. In the short time he had attended grade school, before he was moved to homeschooling, was his Tourette's syndrome, which caused him to tick and twitch in ways he couldn't control. He would crack his neck uncontrollably and twitch every once in a while. The kids would tease him and call him Ticky Toby and mock him with exaggerated twitching and laughing. It got so bad he turned to homeschooling. It was too hard for him to be in a common learning environment with seemingly every kid poking or more like stabbing fun at him. Toby stared blankly out the window. His face was empty of any depictable emotion, and every few minutes his shoulder, arm or foot would twitch. Every bump that the car tires hit made his stomach turn. Toby Rogers was the boy's name, and the last time Toby remembered riding in a car was when it crashed. That's all he thought about, unconsciously replaying everything he had remembered before he blacked out, over and over again.
Now for hair.
Toby had been the lucky one, when his sister hadn't been so lucky. When the thought of his older sister came, he
by the way, it's okay. Also, I said one more thing in your DM.
Memories replayed in his mind. Her screaming that had been cut off when the front of the car was smashed. It all went blank for a moment before Toby opened his eyes to see his sister's body. Her forehead pierced with glass shards, her hips and legs were crushed under the force of the steering wheel. Her torso pushed.
Like I said, that is the only thing I will ever request.
This was the last thing he had seen of his dear sister.
Okay, major things I will request.
The road home continued on for what seemed like forever. It took so long to get home due to his mother wanting to avoid.
Hey, I'm going to be muted on and off a lot for a moment.
When the surrounding gave into a familiar neighbourhood, they had both been more than ready to get out of the car and step back into their own home. It was an older neighbourhood, with quaint little houses all next to each other. The car drove in front of a little blue house with white window panes. They both quickly noticed the old vehicle that was parked in front of the house, and the familiar figure who stood out in the driveway. Toby felt automatic anger and frustration take over him at the sight of his father. His father who wasn't there. His mother pulled up the car into the driveway beside him before turning off the engine and preparing to step out and face her husband. Why is he here? Toby said quietly as he looked back at his mother who reached to open the car door. He's your father, Toby. He's here because he wants to see you. His mother responded in a monotone voice, trying to sound less shaky. Yet he couldn't have driven up to the hospital to see Lyra before she died. Toby narrowed his eyes out the window. He was drunk that night, honey. He couldn't drive. Yeah, when is he not? Toby pushed open the door before his mother and stumbled out onto the driveway, where he met his father's gaze before looking down at his feet with a stern expression. His mother stepped out behind him and met her husband's eyes before walking around to the car. His father opened up his arms, expecting a hug from his wife, but she walked past him and put her arm around Toby's shoulder and influenced him to begin walking inside. "Connie," her husband began to say under a raspy voice. "What? No welcome home hug, huh?" She ignored her husband's obnoxious words and walked past him with her son under her arm. "Hey, he's 16, he can walk himself." His father began to follow them in. "He's 17. Connie glared back at him before opening the door to the house and stepping inside. "Toby, why don't we get you in your room so you can rest, okay? I'll come get you when dinner is ready." "Nah, I'm 16, I can walk myself," Toby said sarcastically and glared back at his father before stumbling up the small staircase and turning into his room, where he slammed the door violently. His little room didn't have much in it, just a small bed, a dresser, a window, and his walls had a few framed pictures of his family, back when they were a family, before his father became an alcoholic and acted violently towards the rest of his family. Toby remembered when he was arguing with his mother, and he grabbed her by the hair and shoved her to the floor, and when Lyra tried to break it up, he pushed her, and she hit her back on the corner of the kitchen counter. Toby could never forgive him for what he did to his mother and his sister. Never. Toby didn't care how much his father beat him down. He couldn't feel it anyway. What he did care about was how he intentionally hurt the only two people he cared about. And when he was waiting in the hospital, where his sister took her last few breaths, the only person who didn't rush there was his dad. Toby stood by the window and looked out onto the street. He could have sworn he saw things out the corner of his eye, but quickly blamed it on the medication he had been put on. When dinner time had come around and his mother called up to him, Toby came down the stairs and hesitantly sat down at a table across from his father and in between his mother and an empty chair. It was quiet as his parents picked at their food, but Toby refused to eat. Instead, he just watched his dad with a blank stare. His mother caught on to his stare towards his father and elbowed him slightly. Toby looked over at her slightly and looked down at his uneaten food, in which he didn't touch. Toby lay in bed. He pulled his covers over his head and stared at the window. He was tired, but there was no way to fall asleep. He couldn't. There was too much to think about. He had been debating on whether or not to follow his mother's instructions and forgive his father, or to continue holding a grudge with his boiling hatred. He heard his door creak open, and his mother padded into the room and sat on the bed next to him. She reached over and rubbed his back, which had been turned to her. "I know it's hard, Toby. Trust me, I understand. But I promise you, it will get better," she said softly. "When is he going to leave?" Toby said with an innocent tone in his shaky voice. Connie let her gaze fall into her feet. "I don't know, honey. He's staying as far as I know," she replied. Toby didn't respond. He just continued to look forward at the wall, holding his damaged arm near his chest. After a few minutes of silence, his mother sighed, before she leaned over to kiss his cheek, and stood up and walked out of the room. "Good night," she said as she closed the door. The hours passed slowly, and Toby couldn't quit tossing and turning. Every time he let his imagination take over, he heard the screeching of tires, the screaming of his sister, and he would uncontrollably jerk in bed. He threw off his covers, laying on his back, and pulled his pillow over his face and cried into it. He could feel his chest rise and fall as he let out each shaky breath as he cried. He could hear his own pitiful weeping. He would have been screaming and crying if he didn't press the pillow over his face. After a few seconds, he threw the pillow off his face as well, sat up, hunched over, holding his head and breathing roughly, tears streaming from his eyes. He couldn't help but cry. He tried to keep it in, but he couldn't help but whine and whimper as he sat there shaking. He inhaled before he stood up and walked around his bed to the window and peered out, taking deep breaths, trying to calm down. He rubbed his eyes and looked out at the group of tall pine trees across the street. He stopped suddenly, and his gaze slowly centered on something standing under the street light. He heard ringing in his ears, and he couldn't look away. The figure stood beside the street light, about 2 feet short of him, long arms draped to his sides as it stared up at him with non-existing eyes. The figure had no features whatsoever, no eyes, no mouth, no nose, yet it held Toby's hypnotized stare, seemingly peering into his very being. The ringing in his ears grew louder and louder each second he stared, before suddenly it all went blank. The next morning, Toby woke in his bed. He felt different. He wasn't tired at all, and when he consciously woke up, he felt like he had been lying there, awake for hours. He had no thoughts flowing through his mind. He sat up slowly and stumbled over to the wall, but when he stood up, he automatically felt dizzy. He stumbled to the doorway and walked down the stairs. His parents were sitting at the table. His father was in tune with the small TV that sat on the countertop, and his mother was reading the newspaper. She quickly looked over when she felt Toby's presence looming behind her. "Well, good morning, sleepyhead. You've been sleeping forever." She greeted him with a hesitant smile. Toby slowly looked over at the clock and noticed it was 12:30 p.m. "I made you breakfast, but it got cold. I was going to wake you up, but I felt you needed sleep." Her expression fell from happy to worried as her son resisted responding to her. "Are you all right?" Toby stumbled over and sat by his father. He felt as if he was on idle and had no control over his actions. He was seeing everything he did, but it didn't seem to register in his brain properly. He reached out to his father's arm, but his hand ended up getting slapped. His father turned to him abruptly and pushed his chair over with his foot. "Don't touch me, boy!" he yelled. His mother stood up. "All right, knock it off. That is the last thing we need." The days went by and things continued on as they were. Connie spent most of her time cleaning up the house, and her rude husband spent most of his time ordering her around. It was just how it used to be before the crash. Toby never really left his room. He would sit there by his bed and tremble. His mind would wander, but his thoughts changed too fast to be remembered. He would pace around his small room like a caged animal, or stare out the window. The unhealthy cycle continued. Connie continued to be pushed around by her husband, being way too submissive to him, and Toby remained in his room. Before he could think twice, he would begin to chew on his hands, tearing the flesh from his fingers. He would gnaw his hands until they bled. When his mother walked in on him while he was doing so, she reacted horribly. She rushed him downstairs and grabbed the first aid kit, wrapping his hands in bandages. She demanded that he wouldn't leave her side from then. He isolated himself so much that he began to hate being around others. His memory grew glitchy as well. He'd start missing memory of minutes, hours, days, and so on. He would begin talking nonsense about things completely unrelated to conversations he would have. He'd go off about seeing things, sharks in the sink as he washed the dishes, hearing crickets in his pillows, and seeing ghosts outside his bedroom window. All the nonsense landed him in a counsellor's office. His mother grew too anxious about his mental health, She decided it would be good for him to talk to a professional about what he was feeling. Connie walked Toby into the building, holding his hand and guiding him in. She walked him up to the front desk and began talking to the lady who sat behind it. "Mrs. Rogers?" the lady asked. "Yes, that's me," Connie nodded. "We're here to see Dr. Oliver. I'm here with Toby Rogers." "Yes, right this way." The lady stood up and led them down a long hallway. Toby looked at the framed artwork down the halls and tuned into the sound of the lady's high heels on the hardwood floor. She opened the door to a room with a table and 2 chairs. "If we can get him to sit in here for a few minutes, I'll get the doctor." She smiled and held the door open. Toby stumbled into the room and sat down at the table. He looked over at his mother and the lady before the door slowly shut behind them. He looked around the room before he held up his tightly bandaged hands and began to bite at them in an attempt to unwrap his hands, but was interrupted as the door swung open and a young woman in a black and white spotted dress stepped in. She had light blonde hair and was holding a clipboard and a pen. "Toby?" she asked with a smile. Toby looked up at her and nodded. "Nice to meet you, Toby. My name is Dr. Oliver." She put her hand out for him to shake, but hesitantly pulled away when she noticed his bandaged hands. "Oh." She smiled nervously before clearing her throat and sitting in the chair across the table from him. "So I'm going to ask you a few questions. Try and answer them as honestly as possible, okay?" She placed her clipboard down on the table. Toby nodded slowly and held his restrained hands in his lap. "How old are you, Toby?" 17, he responded quietly. She wrote that down on the paper that was clipped to the clipboard. "What is your full name?" Toby Erin Rogers." "What is your birthday?" "April 28th. "Who is your immediate family?" Toby paused for a minute before answering her question. "My mum, my dad, and..." He stopped. "My sister. I heard about your sister, dear. I'm really sorry." Her expression faded into a sad, pity-filled look. Toby nodded. "Do you remember anything from the crash, Toby?" Toby looked away from her. His mind went blank for a moment. He looked down at his lap, and in the surrounding he heard a faint ringing sound. His eyes widened, and he froze in his place. "Toby?" the counsellor asked. "Toby, are you listening?" Toby felt a shiver go down his spine until he froze once again and slowly looked over out the little window through the door where he saw it. A dark, featureless figure peering in at him. He stared, eyes widening, the ringing growing louder and louder until suddenly the loud voice of the counsellor broke his trance. "Toby!" she yelled. Toby jumped and fell sideways out of his chair and backed up into the corner. Dr. Oliver stood up, holding her clipboard to her chest, a surprised look in her eyes. Toby met her eyes again, his breath hitching as he twitched. That night, Toby lay in bed, his eyes dazed as he stared straight up at his ceiling. He could feel himself begin to doze off when he heard the scattering of footsteps down his hallway. He sat up and looked towards the doorway, his door wide open. There was no light. Everything was lit by the luminescent blue glow of the moon through his window, leaving a cold lighting. He stood up and slowly made his way towards the doorway, when suddenly the door, which was previously wide open, slammed in his face. He gasped and fell back. He was out of breath when he hit the ground, and he began breathing heavily, his eyes wide open. He waited for a few seconds before getting back up on his feet. He reached out and grasped the cold door handle with his bandaged hand and creaked it open. He looked out into the dark hallway and tiptoed out of his room. The window at the end of the hallway lit up the darkness with blue moonlight as he padded his way down. He could hear footsteps rustling around him, and faint giggling mixed with the pitter-patter of small feet. It sounded like a child had run in front of him, giggling and laughing in the dark. The hallway was a lot longer than he had remembered. It seemed endless, like the ride home from the hospital. He heard a door creak in front of him. "Mum?" he called out in a shaky voice. Suddenly a door slammed behind him, and he jumped and turned around. He heard a long, eerie groan from behind him that seemed to croak right in his ear. He turned around as fast as he could, and suddenly he was face to face with none other than his dead sister. Her eyes were clouded white, her skin pale, and the right side of her jaw only dangling on by tissue and muscle. Glass protruding from her forehead, black blood leaking down her face. Her blonde hair pulled back in a ponytail, as it always was, wearing her grey t-shirt and athlete shorts, which were dirty and spotted with blood. Her legs were bent in ways which they shouldn't be. She stood, emitting a long croaking noise, only an inch away from Toby's face. Toby yelped and fell back. He started to crawl backwards away from her, not able to break eye contact he held with her blank, dead eyes. He dragged himself backwards until he backed up into something. He stopped for a second. Everything was dead silent, except for his heavy breathing and crying. He slowly looked up to meet the blank face of a tall, dark figure that stood over him. Behind the tall, dark mass were rows of children, looking to range from 3 to 10 years, their eyes completely black, and dark blood leaked from their eye sockets. He screamed and stood up as fast as he could, only to be tripped by dark black tendrils that wrapped around his ankle. He fell straight onto his stomach and got the wind knocked out of his chest. He tried to scream out, but he couldn't make a sound. He wheezed out before it all went black. Toby woke up with a start. He screamed out and sat up as fast as he could, completely short of breath. He wheezed out and felt his chest with his bandaged hands. It was just a dream. Just a dream. He laid back down in his bed and rolled over on his side. It felt like a giant weight had been lifted off his chest as he took in deep breaths. He stood up and padded over to his window. He saw nothing. Nobody was out there. No ghosts, no figures, nothing. He heard the rustling and coughing of his father out the doorway. His door was closed. He walked over and opened it, looking out into the hallway once again. He padded down the hallway and into the kitchen, where he found his dad standing and having a smoke in their living room. Toby waited a second and watched him from around the corner, before a burning feeling started deep in his chest. Deep, boiling anger took over him. He heard the little imaginary voices in his head. "Do it. Do it. Do it," they chanted. He turned away and held his arms. He felt like he actually had control over himself, unlike he did for the past few weeks since he got home from the hospital. He actually had complete thoughts, where just moments before they were clouded by the chanting of the little voices in his head. Kill him. He wasn't there. He wasn't there. Kill him. Kill him. They continued on. Toby trembled. No, he wasn't gonna do it. What? Was he going crazy? No. He won't kill anyone. He can't. He hated his father, but he wasn't gonna kill him. That was it. The last thought he had before he fell into an idle state once again. The influence of the voices in his head was too much. He began to silently walk up behind his father. He reached over the counter to the knife holder in the kitchen and pulled out the largest knife that had been resting in a case. He gripped it in his hand. He felt a sensation take over his chest. He let out a snicker. He began laughing so hard he had to gasp for breath. His father turned around abruptly before he felt a brute force shove him to the floor. He grunted as the air was knocked out of him. "What?" He looked up at the boy who stood over him, grasping the kitchen knife in his hand. "Toby, what are you doing?" He went to sit up and put his arms out in front of him in self-defense. But before he knew it, Toby was on top of him. He went to grab at his neck, but his father reached out and blocked his hand by grabbing onto his wrist. "Stop! Get off me, you little fucker!" He yelled, and with his other hand threw an off-center punch towards Toby's shoulder, but he didn't stop. The look in Toby's eyes was not sane. It looked as if a demon had taken control over him. He yelled back and went to stab the knife into his father's chest, but he blocked him and grabbed onto his wrist once again. He went to shove him back, but Toby kicked out with his feet in front of him and landed a hard blow straight to his face. His father recoiled and pulled his arms away to cuff his face, but Toby got back up and drove the knife straight into his shoulder. His father let out a loud cry and went to pull the knife out, but before he could, Toby threw his fist straight into his face. He began to pound his fists into his head, laughing and wheezing. He cracked his neck and grabbed the knife and ripped it out of his shoulder. He drove it deep into his dad's chest and repeatedly stabbed into his torso, blood spilling out and getting splattered everywhere. He didn't stop until his father's body went still. He threw the knife over to the side and leaned over his body, coughing and panting. He stared at his smashed-in face and sat there twitching, until a loud scream broke the silence. He looked over to see his mother standing a few feet away, covering her mouth, tears running down her face. "Toby, why did you do that?" she cried. "Why?" Toby stood up and began to back away from his father's bloody corpse. He began to back out of the kitchen. He looked down at the blood-soaked bandages on his hands and looked up at his mother one last time before he turned and ran out the house. He ran into the garage and slammed his hand against the control panel on the wall, opening the garage door. Before he ran out, he saw his father's 2 hatchets that had been hanging on a tool rack above a table full of jars, filled to the brim with rusty nails and screws. One hatchet was new. It had a bright orange handle and a shiny blade.
Yeah.
The other was old, with a wooden handle and a dull blade.
If you want.
He grabbed both
Dad.
and looked down at the table. His eyes met a box of matches, and under the table was a red gasoline tank. He held both of the hatchets in one hand and grabbed the matches and gasoline before running out of the garage, down the driveway and up the street. As he approached the street light that he could see out of his own bedroom window, he heard police sirens in the distance. He turned around, and the red and blue flashing lights came rushing down the street. Toby stood for a second, before he pulled open the cap to the gasoline tank and ran down the street spilling gasoline everywhere. When the tank was nearly empty, he turned to run into the trees. He poured the last bit of gasoline out, and then reached into his pocket and pulled out a match. He struck it against the box and immediately dropped it. In an instant, flames burst out around him. The fire caught onto the trees and the bushes around him, and before he knew it, he was surrounded by fire. The silhouettes of police cars were visible through the flames as he backed away into the forest around him. He looked around, but his vision was blurred. His heart was pounding, and he closed his eyes for a moment. That was it. This was the end. Toby felt a hand on his shoulder. He opened his eyes and looked over to see a large white hand with bony fingers that was resting on his shoulder. He followed the arm that was attached to the hand up to a towering dark figure. It appeared to be wearing a dark black suit, and its face was completely blank. It towered over Toby's small frame and looked down on him. Tendrils reached out from its back. Before Toby knew it, his vision was blurred and he was surrounded by the sound of ringing in his ears. Everything went blank. That was it. That was the end. That was how Toby Rogers died. A few weeks later, Connie sat in her sister's kitchen. Her sister Laurie sat next to her, drinking a cup of coffee. About 3 weeks ago, Connie lost her husband and her son, and a few weeks before, she lost her daughter in a car crash. Since then, she moved in with her sister. The police were keeping her busy. They had just finished cleaning up the case, and the story had been released 2 weeks ago. The focus of the world seemed to have shifted to completely new issues. Laurie switched on the TV to a news broadcast. On the TV, the news reporter began introducing the new headline. "We have breaking news. Last night there has been a reported murder of 4 individuals. There are no suspects yet, but the victims were a group of middle school kids who had been out in the woods late last night. The kids had been bludgeoned and stabbed to death. The investigators have discovered a weapon at the crime scene, which appears to be an old dull-bladed hatchet, as you can see here." The picture changed to show snapshots of the weapon exactly as it was left on the crime scene. Investigators had pulled up the name of a possible suspect, Toby Rogers, a 17-year-old boy who a few weeks ago stabbed his father to death and tried to cover up his escape by setting a fire in the streets and the forest area around the neighbourhood. Although they had believed the young boy had died in the fire, investigators suspect that Toby Rogers may still be alive, due to the fact his body was never found. And suddenly the lights shot on. The intensity of the lights was practically blinding. All I could see was a small dark silhouette, slowly shuffling towards me. Then another one appeared, and another, and another. There were dozens of them, all coming towards me. I couldn't move, my legs were frozen. All I could do was watch as the haunting figures...
Better go let her in before she has a cow. In here. What?
This video may contain offensive language and be frightening to some viewers. Viewer discretion is recommended.
Yeah, I think it's no problem.
It was a nice summer day. My 5-year-old son James was playing outside in the backyard of our suburban home. James has always been a quiet boy. He plays by himself mostly. He never had many friends, but he has always had a wild imagination. I was in the kitchen feeding our dog Fido when I heard what sounded like James talking to someone in the backyard. I'm not sure who it was he could be talking to. Could he have finally made a friend? Being a single mum, it was hard for me to always keep up with my son, so I decided to go outside and check on him. When I went into the backyard, I was a bit confused, because James was the only person back there. Was he talking to himself? I could have sworn I had heard another voice. "James, it's time to come inside," I called out to him. He came inside and sat down at the kitchen table. It was about lunchtime, so I decided to make him a turkey sandwich. "James, who were you talking to out there?" I asked. James looked up for a moment. "I was playing with my new friend," he said, smiling. I poured him some milk and continued to pry, as any good mother would do. "Does your friend have a name? Why didn't you ask him to have lunch with us?" James stared at me for a moment before replying. "His name is Laughing Jack." I was a bit taken aback by what he had said. "Oh, that's a strange name. What does your friend look like?" I asked, a bit confused. "He's a clown. He has long hair and a big swirly cone nose. He's got long arms and baggy pants, with stripy socks, and he always smiles." I realised my son was talking about his imaginary friend. I suppose it's normal for kids at his age to have imaginary friends, especially when he has no real kids to play with. It's probably just a phase. The rest of the day went by as per usual, and it was starting to get late, so I put James to bed. I tucked him in, gave him a kiss, and made sure to turn on his nightlight before I closed the door. I was pretty tired myself, so I decided to go to bed not long after. Shortly after falling asleep, I had an awful nightmare. It was dark. I was in some kind of rundown amusement park. I was scared, running through an endless field of empty tents, broken down rides and abandoned game huts. The whole place had a horrible look to it. Everything was black and white, and the prized stuffed animals hung from nooses in the game huts, all with sick, twisted grins stitched on their faces. I felt like the whole park was looking at me, even though there wasn't another living thing in sight. Then suddenly, I began to hear music play. The sounds of Pop Goes the Weasel being played on a squeezy box echoed through the park. It was hypnotizing. I followed its tune to the circus tent, almost in a trance, unable to stop my legs from moving forward. It was pitch black. The only light came from a single spotlight shining on the center of the big top. As I walked towards the light, the music slowed down. I found myself singing along, unable to stop. All around the monkey bush, monkey chased the weasel. The monkey thought it was all. The music stopped right before its climax, and suddenly the lights shot on. The intensity of the lights was practically blinding. All I could see was a small dark silhouette, slowly shuffling towards me. Then another one appeared, and another, and another. There were dozens of them, all coming towards me. I couldn't move, my legs were frozen. All I could do was watch as the haunting figures drew nearer. As they got closer, I could see. They were children. As I looked at each one, I noticed they were all horribly disfigured and mutated. Some had cuts all over their body. Others were severely burnt, and others missing limbs, even eyes. The children enveloped me, clawing at my flesh, dragging me to the ground and tearing inside me. As the children tore me apart and I faded away, all I could hear was laughter. Horrible, awful, evil laughter. I woke up the next morning in a cold sweat. After taking a few deep breaths, I looked over and saw that a few of James's action figures were positioned facing me on top of my nightstand. I sighed. James had probably woken up early and put these there. I gathered up the toys and made my way to James's room. However, when I opened the door, James was sound asleep. I just shrugged and placed the toys back in his toy box and headed out to the living room. A little while later, James woke up and I made him his breakfast. He was quiet and seemed a bit groggy. Perhaps he didn't sleep well either. I decided to ask him about the toys. James, honey, did you put the toys in Mummy's room this morning? His eyes shot up at me for a moment, then quickly glanced back down at his cereal. Laughing Jack did it. I rolled my eyes and responded, "Well, you tell Laughing Jack to keep the toys in your room." James nodded and finished up his breakfast, then decided to go play out in the backyard. I went to relax in the living room, and I must have dozed off, because I woke up a couple of hours later. Shit, I need to check on James. I was a bit worried. It had been over 2 hours and I hadn't checked on him. I went out into the backyard, but James wasn't there anymore. I was getting nervous, so I called out to him, "James! James, where are you?" Just then I heard a giggle come from the front yard. I rushed through the gate, around to the front of the house. James was sitting on the sidewalk. I breathed a sigh of relief and walked over to him. James, how many times have I told you to stay in the back of your... James? What are you eating? James looked up at me, then reached into his pocket and pulled out a handful of hard candies in all colours. This made me very nervous. James, who gave you that candy? James just stared at me, not speaking. James, please tell Mummy where you got that candy. James hung his head down and said, Laughing Jack gave it to me. My heart sunk. I kneeled down to look him in the eye. James, I have had enough with this damn Laughing Jack thing. He is not real. Now this is a very serious situation, and I need to know who gave you the candy. I could see my son's eyes tear up. But Mum, Laughing Jack did give me the candy. I closed my eyes and took a deep breath. James has never lied to me, but what he's telling me is impossible. I make him spit out the candy and throw the rest away. James appears to be fine. Maybe I'm just overreacting. After all, he could have gotten it from Tom and Linda from next door, or Mr. Walker down the street. Either way, I'm going to have to keep a closer eye on James. That night, I put James to bed as usual, and I decided to go to bed early myself. Suddenly, I was woken by a loud bang coming from the kitchen. I sprung out of bed and hurried down the stairs. When I got to the kitchen, I was horrified. Everything on the counters had been thrown on the floor, and our dog Fido hung dead from the light fixture. His stomach was cut open and stuffed with candy, the same type that James was eating.
I have the pen.
My shock was quickly broken by a sharp scream coming from James's room, followed by loud crashes. I quickly grabbed a knife from the drawer and moved up the stairs with the speed only a mother whose child is in danger could have. I burst through the door and flicked on the lights. Everything in the room was knocked over and tossed on the floor. My poor son, in his bed crying and shaking with fear, a pool of urine staining the sheets. I scooped my child up and ran out of the house and went next door to Tom and Linda's house. Luckily, they were still awake. They let me use their phone and I called the police. It didn't take them long to arrive, and I explained what had happened. They looked at me as if I was crazy. They searched the house, but all they found was a dead dog and 2 trashed rooms. The officer told me that someone had probably gotten into the house and done this right before making a quick escape when they heard me coming up the stairs. I knew it wasn't true. All the doors were locked and none of the windows were open. Whatever was in my house didn't come from outside. The next day, James stayed inside. I didn't want him to leave my sight. I went into the garage and found his old baby monitor and set it up in his room. If anything comes into his room tonight, I was going to be able to hear it. I went into the kitchen and grabbed the largest knife from the drawer and put it on my nightstand. Imaginary friend or not, I'm not letting anything hurt my little boy. Soon enough, night came. I put James to bed. He was afraid, but I promised him that I wasn't going to let anything happen to him. I tucked him in, gave him a kiss, and turned on the nightlight. Before closing the door, I whispered to him, "Good night, James. I love you."
Big brother.
Yo, what's up?
I tried to stay
how's
up
this
as long
look
as
so
I could,
far?
but after a few hours I felt myself drifting.
It looks amazing.
My baby would be safe for the night, and I needed to sleep. Just as I lay my head on the pillow, I heard a sound noise coming from the baby monitor I had put on my nightstand. At first, it sounded like interference, like the
Wait
kind
for
of
anyone wearing
then
headphones.
it turned into a soft moan. Was James asleep? Then I heard it. The laugh from my nightmare, that horrible laugh. I sprung up from my bed and grabbed the knife from under my pillow. I rushed over to James's room and creaked the door open. I tried the light switch, but it wouldn't come on. I took a step in, and I could feel the warm, thick liquid on my feet. Suddenly, James's nightlight came on, and I could see the absolute horror laid out in front of me. James's body was nailed up on the wall. the nails piercing through his hands and feet. His chest was cut wide open, and his organs hung down to the floor. His eyes and tongue had been removed, along with most of his teeth. I was disgusted. I could hardly believe this was my baby boy. Then I heard it again, the soft, desperate moan. James was still alive, my baby, my poor baby, in so much pain, barely clinging to life. I ran across the room and vomited on the floor, but my sickness was interrupted by a horrible crackle coming from behind me. I spun around while still wiping bile from my mouth. Then out of the shadows emerged the fiend responsible for all of this horror. Laughing Jack. His ghost-white skin and matted black hair hung down to his shoulders. He had piercing white eyes, surrounded by dark black rings. His twisted smile revealed a row of sharp, jagged teeth, and his skin didn't look like skin at all. It almost looked like rubber or plastic. He wore a patchy black and white clown outfit with striped sleeves and socks. His body itself was grotesque, his long arms hanging down past his waist, and the way he was poised made him look boneless, like a rag doll.
Yep.
He let out a sickening laugh, as if
You want to hear something funny?
What?
To his work.
We can do Laughing Jack's original voice
He then
from
turned
his
around
creator.
slowly
Really?
in front of James and began to laugh
Yep.
even more at the horrific sight.
Nutfalm's Laughing Jack voice is
That
the
was
original
enough to
voice
shake me
for
out by
Laughing
terror.
Jack.
I
Oh, wow.
snapped. Get away from him, you
Nutfalm's the
bastard.
creator of
I
Laughing
rushed
Jack.
at the monster, raising the knife above my head, and I stabbed down at him. But as soon as the knife touched him, he disappeared into a cloud of black smoke. The knife passed right through and pierced James's still beating heart, splashing warm blood onto my face. No, what have I done? My baby, I killed my baby. I immediately fell to my knees, and I could hear sirens in the distance growing louder. My boy, my sweet baby boy. I promised Mummy would protect you, but I failed. I'm sorry, James, I'm so sorry. The police soon arrived to find me in front of my son, still wielding the knife covered in my baby's blood. The trial was short. Insanity. I was placed in the Feropolis house for the criminally insane, where I have been for the past 2 months. It's not so bad here. The only reason I'm still awake now is because someone is playing Pop Goes the Weasel outside my window. I'll talk to the orderlies about it in the morning. Was that it had no eyes, just empty black sockets. It was like looking into an abyss. I could feel the pain, hatred, and suffering. There's a black substance slowly oozing from out the sockets. This video may contain offensive language or be frightening to some viewers. Viewer discretion is recommended. Play with me. The summer was nice and warm that year. The sun, as always, brought warmth to your skin. The light breeze that swept through the neighbourhood made the days not too hot or cold. It was simply perfect weather. But one summer, Sally will never forget. Sally was a young girl, 8 years old, long curly brown hair, and bright green eyes. She was always polite. She never lied and did as she was told. Her mother and her father simply adored her. They couldn't ask for a better daughter.
Stinger.
What's up?
Sally giggled.
I
played with her
got
friends
banned from a stream.
outside of their home.
How'd you get banned from a stream?
Various games like hopscotch.
I highlighted a mod's shortcoming.
Even dolls and tag.
You what?
Sally's mother smiled warmly at the innocent sight and wiped her hands on her apron, calling out, Sally,
I roasted a mod.
Now. It's time for lunch.
In other words,
Sally
highlighted his shortcomings.
Her doll and smiled.
Oh God,
Okay,
Corey,
Mummy.
why'd you do that?
Sitting down at the dinner table, Sally lightly bounced in her seat. Excited.
Like he was being a little bitch, and I
her mother placed
had
down
enough of his
peanut
shit,
butter
and I just called him out on his shortcuts that you think you're the master of the universe, and everyone should, all the attention should be paid towards you instead of the streamer. How pathetic you are.
Sweetie.
You're nothing but a useless, worthless penny waste. Not only on top of that, you got not only got trapped by your ex-girlfriend, and literally,
your Uncle Johnny is coming
you
Wait,
fucked
he
2
got
babies
trapped
into
by
her.
his ex-girlfriend?
And
fucked 2 babies
the
into
corners
her.
of her lips had traces of peanut butter on them.
Yeah, I called him out on that.
She repeated through her food.
Tell me he's
Her
not a
mother
deadbeat dad.
Nodded. He's coming to help Daddy with his job and to look after you too. Maybe all of us can go to the carnival too.
Let me guess, he is?
Sally chewed the rest of her bite quickly and swallowed.
Let's see, if you
Jenny
call
too?
getting fired by Amazon, then you tell me.
It's up to
wait,
them
he got fired by
and
Amazon?
dads to say, but if they can, sure. Again, the child giggled and bounced in her seat. Now, even more excited of this year's summer vacation. Over the course of the next few days, Uncle Johnny drove up to the house. Climbing out of his car,
I even had the streamer laughing when I said that he couldn't take that insult and embarrassment, so he banned me.
A small voice chirped, earning the attention of the man.
Also, I might get disconnected from call for a moment because I'm going to see if Discord has an update because I'm tired of constantly getting disconnected.
Hey Sal, how have you been?
Yeah, Discord's been a real pain in the rear lately. It did that to me so many times yesterday.
The girl
I don't know if you've noticed this, but mobile Discord has been having a shit ton of updates.
I've been playing with
I've
Sarah
noticed that lately.
Jenny. Let's go inside and tell
Just
Mama.
got to be like, Discord, can you like put all the problems together in one fix and do it in one update instead of needing to update basically every other day?
He called, followed by Sarah
Oh,
mimicking
shocker.
him.
Doesn't need an
He's
update.
here. The housewife hurried out of the kitchen and smiled to see Johnny.
I guess you came in just in time to hear all that happen.
The man placed
Oh,
the girl down on the ground and gave her bottom a pat to send her off, and hugged the woman.
He's the one who made the old actions.
Why else wouldn't I come here safe and sound?
Hey, it's not, like I said, it's not my that I highlight of it. If you give me an opening to highlight your shortcoming.
Calling out that she was going back outside to play. Make sure you come in before dark. Yes, Mom. And off the girl went. As dinner drew near, Sally's father came home. Happy to see his brother.
Everyone forgets I do that with anime characters too.
You do.
He strolled up to Johnny with a handshake and hug. Nice to see you, man. How have you been? He asked, crossing his arms, watching his wife set the table up for supper. Johnny gave a shrug of his
just pretty
shoulders,
much literally
fiddling with his thumbs.
Again,
You don't have to do it. You actually don't have to explain it, Gory. I heard you from the live stream, man.
I'm sorry.
when I got
Johnny
disconnected.
shook his head with a smile.
Oh,
nah,
well, all right.
It's alright. I'm happy. I can move freely without having someone constantly wanting to know where I am and what I'm doing. The two men laughed together, making their way to the table to eat. Marie, this is wonderful. Thank you. I'm glad you like it. It's yummy, Mama. The adult smiled and chuckled from the child's praise. Plate after plate was empty, and Sally began to yawn over and over again, rubbing her eyes with her hands. Her mother smiled and gently rubbed her back. Looks like someone is tired. Time for bed. Sally nodded and hopped off her seat, picking up her plate and carrying
Texas
it
Longhorns,
to the
just
sink.
face it, you guys
Her mother
suck.
rose up to take her to bed, but stopped when John grabbed her by the arm. I'll take her to bed, he smiled, earning one in return. All right, thank you, John. The man nodded, watching the woman make her way to clean the dishes and put up any leftovers, then looked to see his brother leave for the bathroom to wash up and followed after the young girl to her room.
That should have been a warning
John
sign
smiled
right there.
and closed the door behind him.
What?
Watching the girl
I'm
rummage
listening
around
to Sally's
through
story.
her dresser for pajamas.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
you need any help?
Oh, one of those?
Watching the girl look up and nod. Okay, let's see what you got. The man waltzed up alongside her and began looking through her various pajamas. You got some strawberry printed ones? I bet you'll smell just like them in your dreams. He took the pajamas up and showed her, giving it a few deep inhales. Sally giggled and shook her head, indicating she didn't want to wear her strawberry pajamas. Johnny nodded and placed the shirt back, then picked up another shirt with a unicorn on it.
Y'all gonna get y'all.
How about this
one?
Tonight? Bet you'll ride on Miss Unicorn here. Again, the child giggled and shook her head. No. The man let out a small huff before placing it back, then took out a regular white nightgown. How about this? Be able to turn into a princess with this? Sally's eyes lit up and clapped her hands excitedly and nodded. Placing the gown on her bed, he reached over to her and began to unbutton her shirt. I can get dressed, Uncle, she said with a smile, looking down at his hands on her shirt. The man smiled back and nodded, continuing to work his way down her shirt. I bet you can, but you're tired. And why not have some help? He asked.
Let's go back to drawing and hope that I don't get disconnected again. Otherwise, I am going to put on my steel-toe boots and treat this girl throwing like a soccer ball.
Making
Getting those two balls down
major pain kick.
And took a hold of the rim.
Oh, I will. I'll get the running start kick.
Oh.
Finally, the man grabbed a hold of her nightgown.
I have been able to kick a ball over 30, no, over 50 feet long before.
He said happily.
As long as I did, right?
Yeah.
I got something better than mine.
She bounded on top of her bed.
Mm-hmm.
Johnny rose
Plasma
up
grenade.
Picked up her clothes. The door opened up. And
nah, I'd rather go my route.
Coming to tuck
and then a plasma sword.
You ready for bed?
Plasma
she
grenade
asked,
to the dick and
walking around the bed. Johnny looked up.
I want to make it more painful. I don't want to make it quick. Plasma grenade is just
that okay? Marie looked up at him and smiled, shaking her head. Of course not.
I gotta go back to my private
kissing the child on her forehead. Good night, sweetheart.
For this slime.
Good night, Mama. Giving the girl a gentle rub with her thumb on her forehead. The woman took the clothes Johnny had and made her way out of the room. Johnny smiled to the mother and walked over to the light switch, flicking it off. He carefully closed the door to her room and locked it. Slowly, he looked over his shoulder towards Sally. Johnny wore a chilling, crooked smile. After the next few days, Marie noticed that Sally wasn't acting herself. She wasn't smiling as brightly as she usually did. She wasn't chipper or spoke with the same amount of happiness. Marie took a hold of her child's hand before she left to play with her friends and took her aside. Sally looked up at her mother with a confused look. "Honey, are you feeling okay?" she asked, kneeling down to be at the child's height. Sally stared at her idly and slowly began to weep. Her mother widened her eyes in confusion. "Sally,
dead at 88.
Mama, I didn't want to," the girl managed to say through hiccuping sobs. "Didn't want to do what, sweetie? I didn't want to play. I didn't want to play his game." The child looked up at her mother and hugged her tight. He touched me and made me touch him." Marie frowned and gently began stroking the child's hair, comforting her, lightly shushing her to calm down. "Shh, it's okay. Mama's here now. It was a nightmare, that's all. The girl had a scary nightmare. Everything is fine now, okay? Don't worry about it anymore." She watched Sally look up at her breathing chopped up from her crying, and smiled. "Okay, Mama." Her mother smiled and kissed her forehead. "Now go wash up. You don't want to play with your friends with a dirty face." Sally let out a small giggle.
That could have been that was a serious red flag when she said that. Seriously?
Later that day, Johnny and his brother came back home from work.
What said what?
Frank sighed, smiling when he saw Sally wave to him. The father waved back and closed the car door, making his way up to the house. Johnny looked up at Sally as well and smiled, waving to her.
I have no clue what's going on.
The smile slowly wilted, showing less happiness in it, but waved back as well.
Yeah, finger, sorry, I have no clue what's going on.
And paused when he heard the conversation between his brother and his wife.
Look at one
Sally,
that
what?
said specific day.
Frank asked. "She had a nightmare, a very bad one. She said he touched her. Well, who the hell is he? I don't know, Frank. But it was only a nightmare. I just wanted to inform you of what's been going on with her and why she's been acting different." Johnny furrowed his brow in anger, his knuckles turning white, then calmed down quickly, thinking fast. He put on a smile and walked into the room, making it look like he just walked into their conversation and rose his brows. "Whoops, did I interrupt something?" he asked, watching the couple shake their heads. Johnny smiled again and thumbed back in the direction of the car. "I'm going to head to the store. You need anything, Marie?" The woman smiled and looked towards the kitchen. Yes, actually. Can you get me some eggs, milk, bread, and juice? Johnny nodded, about to leave, until he paused. Sally wanted to come along too. Just wanted to inform you. Marie smiled. Thank you, John. He nodded again and made his way out of the house, keys in hand, looking out to Sally with her friends. He cupped his hand over his mouth. Sally! The child looked up at him and stared. Come on, let's go to the store. John made his way out to the car, gesturing for the girl to follow him. Sally sat there for a moment, then placed her dolls on the grass. I'll be back. Please watch over Marcy.
You can see what Hazard posted.
Jenny and Sarah.
What did Hazard post?
Nodded,
in the Misfits Demon DM.
Sally relaxed.
Oh my god!
The car, climbing into the passenger seat and
why?
Herself in. Did Mama want you to go to the store? She asked. Johnny nodded and put the keys in the ignition, turning it on and backing out of the driveway. Yep. She wants me to get some food for her. Maybe I can get you something too. He grinned, looking at the child. Sally nervously smiled back and looked ahead, watching the scenery pass by. As soon as they got to the road leading to the store, Sally noticed he wasn't slowing down to turn into the parking lot. She furrowed her brows, confused, and looked up at him. Uncle Johnny, the store is back that way, she said, pointing in the direction of the Whole Foods store. But nothing came from the man. He just continued driving, a very faint smile on his face.
There we go, and there's my...
And looked past the back seat, watching the store slowly grow smaller till it was out of sight, realizing they weren't going grocery shopping. The child watched her uncle drive into the small parking lot in the community park near town. No one went to the park on Sundays. Sally felt nervous, her breathing quickening, watching the man with wide eyes. Johnny put the car into park and turned the ignition off, looking at the child. Anger obviously showing in his features. You told your mum what happened, didn't you? He asked, watching the girl frantically shake her head. No. You're not playing the game right, Sally. His tone almost had a slight singing to it. The man reached over and pulled the girl to him, ignoring the struggling she was putting up and her whimpering pleas. You said you'd play the game with me, Sally. You lied to me. Opening the car door beside him, the man climbed out, along with the child, and shoved her to the ground, quickly pinning her down, ignoring the cries and writhing the child was making. You have to be punished now for breaking the rules, he said in that slight singing tone.
Oh my god, that's funny.
And began to unbuckle his belt. This just in, a couple finds the body of 8-year-old Sally Williams in the community park. The week-long search is now closed. More tonight at 9. She could have sworn she closed her door before climbing into bed. Yes, I forgot. Getting up from the warmth and comfort of her bed, The teen made her way across the room and shut the door. Before she could climb back into the covers, a creak outside in the hall rose up. Were her parents up? They must have checked on her to see if she was asleep or something. As soon as she got her legs covered up, the teen froze to hear a faint sound of crying? Though it sounded like a child. Slowly rising up from bed once more, the girl made her way to her door and opened it. The crying seemed to be louder outside of her room. Peering down the darkness, the teen crept down the hallway, following the sounds of the whimpering. Once getting to the end of the hall, the girl gasped. Sitting on the floor in front of the moonlit window was a little girl. She was hunched over, crying. How did she get into their house? Through the window? Swallowing hard, the teen spoke up. Who are you? How did you get in my house? She asked. Suddenly, the crying stopped. The child slowly moved her trembling hands away from her face and looked behind her, twitching lightly. Blood replaced her tears, staining her hands. There was a deep clot of blood and hair on the side of her head, blood leaking from the wound down her face and onto her dirty gown. Her bright green eyes seemed like they saw right through her soul. This is my house, the child spoke, her voice raspy, sounding as if she was struggling to speak. The girl's body twitched and wriggled oddly as she rose up to her feet and turned to face the teen. Her feet were dirty, as if she had been running through mud. Scrapes covered her knees and legs, and the end of her gown was torn, tattered. The name Sally sewn into the front. Reaching out with her blood-soaked hand, the girl slowly smiled, blood staining her teeth as she spoke. Play with me. I spoke to the other NPCs. Most only repeated, "It's all your fault." But one, which I believe was his mother, explained things a little better for me. The damp cave air aggravated his condition. He strained himself to become better so he could finally be as good as you. But he pushed himself too hard.
Poor girl.
This video may contain offensive language or be frightening to some viewers. Viewer discretion is recommended. Post 1, September 7th, 2010. Okay, I don't really know how to start this, but I need your help with this. This is not a creepypasta. It's just a long read, but I feel like my safety or well-being could very well depend on this. This is video game related, specifically Majora's Mask. And this is the creepiest shit that has ever happened to me in my entire life. Having said that, I recently moved into my dorm room, starting as a sophomore in college. A friend of mine gave me his old Nintendo 64 to play. I was stoked, to say the least. I could finally play all of those old games from my childhood that I hadn't touched in the last decade. His Nintendo 64 came with one yellow controller and a rather shoddy copy of Super Smash Bros. And while beggars can't be choosers, needless to say, it didn't take long until I became bored of beating up level 9 CPUs. That weekend I decided to drive around a few neighbourhoods, about 20 minutes or so off campus, hitting up the local garage sales, hoping to score some good deals off ignorant parents. I ended up picking up a copy of Pokemon Stadium, GoldenEye, F-Zero, and 2 other controllers for $2. Satisfied, I began to drive out of the neighbourhood when one last house caught my attention. I still have no idea why it did. There were no cars there, and only one table was set up with random junk on it. But something sort of drew me there. I usually trust my gut on these things, so I got out of my car and was greeted by an old man. His outward appearance was, for lack of a better word, displeasing. It was odd. If you asked me to tell you why I thought he was displeasing, I couldn't really pinpoint anything. There was just something about him that put me on edge. I can't explain it. All I can tell you is that if it wasn't in the middle of the afternoon and there were other people within shouting distance, I would not have ever thought of approaching this man. He flashed a crooked smile at me and asked what I was looking for. Immediately I noticed that he must be blind in one of his eyes. His right eye had that glazed over look about it. I forced myself to look to his left eye instead, trying not to offend, and asked him if he had any old video games. I wasn't very hopeful. I was already planning how I could politely excuse myself from the situation when he would tell me he had no idea what a video game was. But to my surprise, he said he had a few games in an old box. He assured me he'd be back in a jiffy and turned to head back into the garage. As I watched him hobble away, I couldn't help but notice what he was selling on his table. Littered across his table were rather peculiar paintings. Various artworks that looked like ink blots a psychiatrist might show you. Curious, I looked through them. It was rather obvious why no one was visiting this guy's garage sale. These weren't exactly aesthetically pleasing. As I came to the last one, for some reason it looked almost like Majora's Mask. The same heart-shaped body with little spikes protruding outwards. Initially, I just thought that since I was secretly hoping to find the game at these garage sales, some Freudian bullshit was projecting itself into the ink blots. But given the events that happened afterward,
come in.
I'm not so sure now. I should have asked the man about it. I wish I would have asked the man about it. After staring at the Majora-shaped blot, I looked up, and the old man was suddenly there again, arm's length in front of me, smiling at me. Did I scare you, child? I'll admit I jumped out of reflex and laughed nervously as he handed me a Nintendo 64 cartridge. It was the standard grey colour, except that someone had written Majora on it in black permanent marker. I got butterflies in my stomach as I realised what a coincidence this was. and asked him how much he wanted for it. The old man smiled at me and told me I could have it for free, that it used to belong to a kid who was about my age that didn't live here anymore. There was something weird about how the man phrased that, but I didn't really pay any attention to it then. I was too caught up in not only finding this game, but getting it for free. I reminded myself to be a bit skeptical since this looked like a pretty shady cartridge and there's no guarantee it would work. But then the optimist inside of me interjected that maybe it was some kind of beta version or pirated version of the game, and that was all I needed to be back on Cloud 9. I thanked the man, and the man smiled at me and wished me well, saying, "Goodbye then." At least that's what it sounded like to me. All the way in the car ride home, I had a nagging doubt that the man had said something else. My fears were confirmed when I booted up the game. To my surprise, it worked fine. And then there was one save file named simply Ben. "Goodbye, Ben," he was saying. "Goodbye, Ben." I felt bad for the man, obviously a grandparent and obviously going senile, and I, for some reason or another, reminded him of his grandson, Ben. Out of curiosity, I looked at the save file, eyeballing it. I could tell he was pretty far into the game. He had almost all of the masks and 3/4 remained of the bosses. I noticed that he had used an owl statue to save his game. He was on day 3, and by the Stone Tower Temple with hardly an hour left before the moon would crash. I remember thinking it was a shame that he had come so close to beating the game, but he never finished it. I made a new file named Link out of tradition and started playing the game, ready to relive my childhood. For such a shady looking game cartridge, I was impressed with how smoothly it ran. Literally just like a retail copy of the game, save for a few minor hiccups here and there, like textures being there which shouldn't be, random flashes of cutscenes at odd intervals, but nothing too bad. However, the only thing that was a little unnerving was that at times the NPCs would call me Link, and at other times they would call me Ben. I figured it was just a bug, a fluke in the programming causing our files to get mixed up sometimes. It did start to creep me out after a while, and it was around after I had beaten the Woodfall Temple that I regrettably went into the save files and deleted Ben. I had intended to preserve the file out of respect for the game's original owner. It's not like I needed 2 files anyway, hoping that would have solved the problem. It did, and it didn't. Now NPCs wouldn't call me anything. Where my name should have been in the dialogue, there was just a blank space. My save file name was still called Link though. Frustrated, and with homework to do, I put down the game for the day. I started playing the game again last night, getting the lens of truth and working my way towards completing the Snowhead Temple. Now, some of you more hardcore Majora Mask players know about the 4th day glitch. For those of you who don't, you can Google it, but the gist of it is right as the clock is about to hit 000 on the final day, you talk to the astronomer and look through the telescope. If you time it right, the countdown disappears, and you essentially have another day to finish whatever you were doing. Deciding to do the glitch to try and finish the Snowhead Temple, I happened to get it right on the first try, and the time counter at the bottom disappeared. However, when I pressed B to exit the telescope, Instead of being greeted by the astronomer, I found myself in the Majora boss fight room at the end of the game, the trippy boxed-in area. Staring at Skull Kid hovering above me, there was no sound. Just him floating in the air above me, and the background music, which was regular for the area, but still creepy. Immediately, my palms began to sweat. This was definitely not normal. Skull Kid never appeared here. I tried moving around the area, and no matter where I went, Skull Kid would always be facing me, looking at me, not saying anything. Nothing would happen though, and this kept up for around 60 seconds. I thought the game had bugged or something, but I was beginning to doubt that very much. I was about to reach for the reset button when text appeared on screen. You're not sure why, but you apparently had a reservation. I instantly recognized that text. You get that message when you get the room key from Anju at the Stockpot Inn, but why was it playing here? I refused to entertain the notion that it was almost as if the game was trying to communicate with me. I started navigating the room again, testing to see if there was some sort of trigger that enabled me to interact with something there. Then I recognized how stupid I was. To even think that someone could program the game like this was absurd. Sure enough, 15 seconds later, another message appeared on screen. And again, like the first one, it was already a pre-existing phrase. Go to the lair of the temple's boss. Yes/no. I paused for a second, contemplating what I should press and how the game would react when I realized that I couldn't select no. Taking a deep breath, I pressed yes, and the screen faded to white. With the words, dawn of a new day, with the subtext, 111111 beneath it. The only way I can describe the way I felt here is having this feeling of inexplicable depression on a profound scale. I'm normally not a depressed person, but the way I felt here was a feeling that I didn't even know existed. It was such a twisted, powerful presence that seemed to wash over me. I appeared in some kind of weird Twilight Zone version of Clocktown. I walked out of the clock tower, as you normally do when you start from day one, only to find that all the inhabitants were gone. Usually with the 4th day glitch, you can still find the guards and the dog that runs around outside the tower. This time, they were all gone. What replaced them was the most ominous feeling that there was something out there in the same area as me, and that it was watching me. I had 4 hearts to my name and the hero's bow. But at this point, I wasn't even concerned for my avatar. I felt that I, personally, was in some kind of danger. Perhaps the most chilling thing was the music. It was the song of healing, ripped straight from the game itself, but played in reverse. The music would get louder, building up as if you should expect something to pop out at you, but nothing ever did. The constant loop began to wear on my mental state. Every now and then, I would hear the faint laugh of the happy masked salesman.
There we go. I'm back.
Just quiet. Quiet enough so that I wasn't sure if I was hearing things. Then, at least that's what it sounded like to me. All the way in the car ride home, I jumped out of reflex and laughed nervously as he handed me a Nintendo 64.
There we go, that's where it was.
It was the standard grey colour,
I had to go and do something.
Except that someone had written Majora on it in black permanent marker. I got butterflies in my stomach as I realised what a coincidence this was, and asked him how much he wanted for it. The old man smiled at me and told me I could have it for free, that it used to belong to a kid who was about my age that didn't live here anymore. There was something weird about how the man phrased that, but I didn't really pay any attention to it then. I was too caught up in not only finding this game, but getting it for free. I reminded myself to be a bit skeptical since this looked like a pretty shady cartridge, and there's no guarantee it would work. But then
you got a new person who's watching.
Kind of
I did?
Or pirated version of the game.
What happened?
And that was all I needed to be back on.
A new person is watching.
I thanked the man, and the man smiled at me and wished me well, saying,
Demon Lord Raiju VT.
At least that's what it sounded like.
Oh, that's awesome.
All the way in the car ride home, I had a nagging doubt that the man had
Sorry I wasn't there when you had to come greet ya.
My fears were confirmed when I booted up the game.
I'm doing alright.
To my surprise, it worked fine. And then
Welcome
there
to
was
Livestream.
one save file named
I know it's kind of long with my with these live streams, but tends to happen with work. With these kind of drawings.
Goodbye.
I
feel bad for the man. Obviously a grandparent.
I realized what Discord did.
What did Discord do this time?
For some reason or another.
No, I was looking for something to kick me out.
Out of curiosity,
Why?
I looked at the save file, eyeballing it. I could tell he was pretty far into the game. He had almost all of the masks and 3/4 remained of the bosses. I noticed that he had used an owl statue to save his game. He was on day 3, and by the Stone Tower Temple with hardly an hour left before the moon would crash. I remember thinking it was a shame that he had come so close to beating the game, but he never finished it. I made a new file named Link out of tradition and started playing the game, ready to relive my childhood. For such a shady looking game cartridge, I was impressed with how smoothly it ran. Literally just like a retail copy of the game, save for a few minor hiccups here and there, like textures being there which shouldn't be, random flashes of cutscenes at odd intervals, but nothing too bad. However, the only thing that was a little unnerving was that at times the NPCs would call me Link, and at other times they would call me Ben. I figured it was just a bug, a fluke in the programming causing our files to get mixed up sometimes. It did start to creep me out after a while, and it was around after I had beaten the Woodfall Temple that I regrettably went into the save files and deleted Ben. I had intended to preserve the file out of respect for the game's original owner. It's not like I needed 2 files anyway. Hoping that would have solved the problem. It did, and it didn't. Now NPCs wouldn't call me anything. Where my name should have been in the dialogue, there was just a blank space. My save file name was still called Link though. Frustrated, and with homework to do, I put down the game for the day.
Okay.
Huh?
I started playing the game again last night, getting the lens of truth and working my way towards completing the Snowhead Temple. Now, some of you more hardcore Majora Mask players know about the 4th day glitch. For those of you who don't, you can Google it, but the gist of it is right as the clock is about to hit 000 on the final day, you talk to the astronomer and look through the telescope. If you time it right, the countdown disappears, and you essentially have another day to finish whatever you were doing. Deciding to do the glitch to try and finish the Snowhead Temple, I happened to get it right on the first try, and the time counter at the bottom disappeared. However, when I pressed B to exit the telescope, instead of being greeted by the astronomer, I found myself in the Majora boss fight room at the end of the game, the trippy boxed-in area. Staring at Skull Kid hovering above me, there was no sound, just him floating in the air above me, and the background music, which was regular for the area, but still creepy. Immediately, my palms began to sweat. This was definitely not normal. Skull Kid never appeared here. I tried moving around the area, and no matter where I went, Skull Kid would always be facing me, looking at me, not saying anything. Nothing would happen though, and this kept up for around 60 seconds. I thought the game had bugged or something, but I was beginning to doubt that very much. I was about to reach for the reset button when text appeared on the screen. You're not sure why, but you apparently had a reservation. I instantly recognized that text. You get that message when you get the room key from Anju at the Stockpot Inn, but why was it playing here? I refused to entertain the notion that it was almost as if the game was trying to communicate with me. I started navigating the room again, testing to see if there was some sort of trigger that enabled me to interact with something there. Then I recognized how stupid I was. To even think that someone could program the game like this was absurd. Sure enough, 15 seconds later, another message appeared on screen. And again, like the first one, it was already a pre-existing phrase. Go to the lair of the temple's boss. Yes/no. I paused for a second, contemplating what I should press and how the game would react when I realized that I couldn't select no. Taking a deep breath, I pressed yes, and the screen faded to white. With the words, dawn of a new day, with the subtext, 1111111 beneath it. The only way I can describe the way I felt here is having this feeling of inexplicable depression on a profound scale. I'm normally not a depressed person, but the way I felt here was a feeling that I didn't even know existed. It was such a twisted, powerful presence that seemed to wash over me. I appeared in some kind of weird Twilight Zone version of Clocktown. I walked out of the clock tower, as you normally do when you start from day one, only to find that all the inhabitants were gone. Usually with the 4th day glitch, you can still find the guards and the dog that runs around outside the tower.
So, Riku was
this time,
in here,
they were all
by the way. So,
when
what
was
replaced
that?
them was the most ominous
was that
feeling
right around the time when I was doing my feeding the dogs?
in the same area as me,
yeah.
and that it was watching me. I had 4 hearts to my name and the hero's bow. But at this point, I wasn't even concerned for my avatar. I felt that I personally was in some kind of danger.
See what he wanted.
Perhaps the most chilling thing was the music.
I mean, it did ask him to help you with one thing.
Oh, that's right. He's gonna help me with the text on my thing.
The music would get louder, building up as if you should expect something to pop out at you, but nothing ever did. The constant loop began to wear on my mental state. Every now and then, I would hear the faint laugh of the happy masked salesman in the background. Just quiet. Quiet enough so that I wasn't sure if I was hearing things, but just loud enough to keep me determined to find him. I looked in all 4 zones of the clock tower, only to find nothing. No one. Textures were missing. West Clocktown had me walking on air. The entire area felt broken. Hopelessly broken. As the reverse song of healing repeated for what must have been the 50th time, I just remembered standing in the middle of South Clocktown, realising that I had never felt so alone in a video game before. As I walked through the ghost town, I don't know whether it was the combination of out-of-place textures and the atmosphere and the haunting melody of the once peaceful and soothing song butchered and distorted, but I was literally on the verge of tears, and I had no idea why. I hardly ever cry. Something had gripped me here, and this powerful sense of depression was both foreign and crippling. I tried leaving Clocktown, but every time I attempted to zone out, the screen would fade to black, and I would just zone into another part of Clocktown. I tried playing my ocarina. I wanted to escape, and I did not want to be here. But every time I played the Song of Time or Song of Soaring, it would only say, "Your notes echo far," but nothing happens. By this point, it was obvious the game didn't want me to leave, but I had no idea why it was keeping me here. I didn't want to go inside the buildings. I felt that I'd be too vulnerable there to whatever I was terrified of. I don't know why, but I came up with the idea that maybe if I drowned myself at the laundry pool, I could spawn somewhere else and leave this place. As I zoned in and ran towards the pool, that's when it happened. Link grabbed his head, and the screen flashed for a brief moment of the happy mask salesman smiling at me. Not Link. Me. The Skull Kid scream was playing in the background, and when the screen returned, I was staring at the Link statue from playing the song Elegy of Emptiness. I screamed as the thing just stared back at me with that haunting facial expression. I turned around and ran out back into South Clocktown, but to my horror, the fucking statue followed me. In the only way I can compare this is like the weeping angels from Doctor Who. Every so often, at random intervals, the animation would play of the statue appearing behind me. It was like the thing was chasing me, or I don't even want to fucking say it, haunting me. By this point, I was on the verge of hysterics, but not even once did the thought of turning off the console occur to me. I don't know why. I was so wrapped up in it. The terror felt so real. I tried to shake the statue, but it would literally appear right behind me every single time. Link started to begin to make weird animations I had never even seen him do before. He would flail his arms around or spasm randomly, and the screen would cut to the happy mask salesman, smiling again for a brief moment before I was face to face with that fucking statue again. I ended up running into the Swordmaster's dojo and ran to the back. I don't know why, but in my panic, I just wanted some kind of assurance that I would not be alone here. To my dismay, I found no one, but as I turned to leave, the statue cornered me in the cubby in the back. I tried attacking the statue with my sword, but to no avail. Confused, backed into a corner, I just stared at the statue, waiting for it to kill me. Suddenly, the screen flashed again to the Happy Mask salesman, and Link turned to face my screen, standing upright, mirroring the statue, looking at me along with his copy. Literally staring at me.
Let me get this
Whatever was
sword in the
the
car.
was completely shattered while I ran out of the dojo terrified. Suddenly the game warped me to an underground tunnel, and the reverse song of healing queued up again as I was given a brief moment of rest before the statue started appearing behind me again. This time, aggressively. I could only take a few steps before it would summon behind me again. I hurriedly made my way out of the tunnel and appeared in southern Clocktown. As I ran aimlessly in sheer panic, suddenly
now
the
for
death screen
disconnecting.
and the screen faded to black as dawn of a new day and 111111 appeared again. The screen faded in, and I was standing on top of Clock Tower with Skull Kid hovering over me again, silent. I looked up and the moon was back, looming just meters above my head, but the Skull Kid just stared at me, hauntingly with that fucking mask. A new song was playing, the Stone Tower Temple theme played in reverse. In some sort of desperate attempt, I equipped my bow and fired off a shot at the Skull Kid, and it actually hit him. He played an animation of him reeling back. I fired again, and on the third arrow, a text box appeared saying, "That won't do you any good." And I was picked up off the ground, levitated upwards on my back, and then Link screamed as he burst into flames, instantly killing him. I jumped when this happened. I had never seen this move used by anyone in the game, and Skull Kid himself didn't have any moves. As the death screen played, my lifeless body still burning, the Skull Kid laughed, and the screen faded to black, only to have me reappear in the same place. This time I decided to charge at him, but the same thing happened. Link's body was lifted off the ground by some unknown force, and he immediately burst into flames again, killing him. This time during the death scene, the faint sounds of the reverse song of healing could be heard. On my third and final try, I noticed that there was no music playing this time, and that all there was an eerie silence. I remembered that in the original encounter with the Skull Kid, you were supposed to use the ocarina to either travel back in time or summon the giants. I attempted to play the Song of Time, but before I could hit the last note, Link's body once again horrifically exploded into flames, and he died. As the death scene neared its end, it began to chug, as if the cartridge was trying to process a lot of something. When the screen came to, it was the same scene as the first 3 times, except this time Link was lying on the ground, dead, in a position I had never seen in the game before. His head tilted towards the camera, with the Skull Kid floating above him. I couldn't move. I couldn't press any buttons. All I could do is just stare at Link's dead body. After around 30 seconds of this, the game simply fades out with the message, "You've met with a terrible fate, haven't you?" before kicking you out to the title screen. Upon getting back to the title screen and starting again, I noticed my save file was no longer there. Instead of Link, it was replaced with "Your turn." Your turn had 3 hearts, 0 masks, and no items. I selected Your Turn, and immediately when I did, I was returned to the clock tower rooftop scene, with Link dead, and the Skull Kid hovering over, with his laugh looping over and over again. I quickly hit the reset button, and when the game booted up again, there was one more save file added, below Your Turn, entitled Ben. Ben's save file is right back where it was before I deleted it. At the Stone Tower Temple, with the moon almost crashing. I turned the game off at that point. I'm not superstitious, but this is way too fucked up, even for me. I haven't played it at all today. Hell, I didn't even get any sleep last night. I kept hearing the reverse Song of Healing music in my head, and just remembering the sense of dread I felt, exploring Clocktown. I drove back to the old man's house today to ask him some questions with a buddy of mine. No way was I going there alone, only to find that there was a for sale sign in front of the yard, and when I rang the doorbell, no one was home. So now I'm back here, writing down the rest of my thoughts and recording what happened. I'm sorry if some of this had grammatical errors and whatnot. I'm running on no sleep here. I'm terrified of this game, even more so now that I've relived it a second time, writing it all down. But I feel like there's still more to it than meets the eye, and that there's something calling me to investigate this further. I think Ben is something in this equation, but I don't know what. Maybe if I could get a hold of the old man, then I would be able to find some answers. I need another day or so to recuperate before tackling this game again. It's already taken a toll on my sanity, I feel like. But next time I do this, I'm going to record the footage all the way through. The idea to record only came towards the end, so you can see the last few minutes of what I saw, including Skull Kid and the elegy statue. You can find it on YouTube if you're interested. I'm going to stay in this thread for a little while longer before I fall asleep to answer any questions you guys might have, or hopefully listen to your ideas or theories to help me shed some light into this, or maybe things I should try to do. I think I'm going to play Ben's file tomorrow to see what happens. Maybe I was supposed to do that all along. I don't believe in paranormal shit, but this is a little fucked up. Maybe this Ben guy is just a really good hacker or programmer. I don't want to think about the alternatives if he isn't. That's the end of this copy-paste. I'm hoping that maybe this is some kind of running gag the developers had, and that other people have gotten gag or hacked copies of the game like this. This just really scares me. It couldn't be, but it was. Jeff was standing in front of her, smiling with that impossibly wide smile of his. He was holding a bottle of bleach and alcohol as he walked slowly towards her. He poured it over her head and she didn't complain. This might hurt a little, but you're strong, he whispered in her ear before striking a match and setting her on fire. Nina felt a warm happiness flood through her as she screamed in agony until she blacked out.
Oof. How many of these things did I go through already? Dang.
I'm back.
Yeah. You're reverbing.
Language will be frightening to some viewers. Viewer discretion is recommended. The thing in the yard. My friend Anna called me and asked if I could take over a babysitting job for her. Anna had the lead in a school play and she had to go to dress rehearsal. I can't babysit, she moaned into the phone. They'll give my part away if I skip rehearsal. Anna and I both knew that the theatre teacher, Mr. Olsen, wouldn't actually give her part to someone else if she missed rehearsal. Anna was just overly dramatic about everything. Her dream was to go to a nearby college that was well known for its TV and radio programs. The college had its own TV station, and Anna was convinced that if she
Anyways,
took part
I'm back.
one
Am
of
I
them,
sounding better?
she'd be discovered by a big
Much
Hollywood
better.
agent.
That's good to hear.
I had never met the family that Anna was supposed to be babysitting for, but I agreed to take the job. You owe me big time, I told her as she gave me the name, address, and phone number. The Callahans were new in town. They had a formal event to go to, and they needed someone to watch their 7-year-old daughter, Emma, for a few hours. They were willing to pay me $50, and they promised to be home before midnight. Emma was a sweet little girl. She had curly blonde hair and big blue eyes. She was just learning to read, and after her parents left for the night, she settled in on the couch with a Junie B. Jones book. Emma was very adamant that I not help her in any way. Mummy says I have to sound it out, she said matter-of-factly. After finishing the book, I put Emma to bed,
I'm glad
then went back downstairs to watch TV.
I'm glad to hear that I'm sounding better.
About meerkats.
Much better.
Hey, it's either meerkats.
Yeah, I'm glad to hear that.
And I started to watch.
I'm glad I fucking did the one post, because I don't think Justin has posted yet.
The screen filled with white static. I was flipping confusedly.
Nope, that was yesterday's.
When Emma came into the
Justin has not posted yet other than the one I did.
There's a monster outside my room, she said in a small, shaky voice. Her face was pale, and I noticed that she was shivering. I turned and glanced out the window behind me. The waning moon was half hidden by clouds, but it was still light enough for me to see the backyard. The Callahan's backyard was large and bordered by a thickly wooded area. A knee-high stone fence separated the yard from the woods. There was a small plastic playhouse in the centre of the yard. Something was standing next to it. It stood on two legs, like a person, but seemed too tall and gangly. Its legs were abnormally long. I didn't get a good look at it as it turned and darted into the woods, stepping over the fence as if it wasn't even there. I didn't want to believe that I'd seen it. Heck, if Anna hadn't started screaming, I think I would have been able to convince myself that I had just imagined it. I grabbed Emma, pulling her close to me and trying to shush her. My mind was racing, but I knew one thing. I needed to call the police. The TV suddenly flipped back on. The screen showed Emma's empty bedroom, as if a camera had been set up outside her closed bedroom door. A low, gravelly voice spoke. "We are coming." The voice was soft and raspy, as if whoever was speaking was trying to whisper and shout at the same time. I jerked away from the television, scooping Emma up into my arms as I did. She was screaming again, burying her face into my shoulder. I remembered seeing a landline in the den, so I ran back into the next room. I picked up the phone, but didn't hear anything. Whatever was messing with me had somehow cut the phone lines. Emma clung to me, pressing her face into my leg and screaming hysterically. Somehow, above Emma's shrill wails, I heard a faint tapping sound coming from behind me. I turned. The thing from the backyard was standing right outside the window. It had stooped down and was peering through the glass. Well, I think it was peering in. It didn't have a face. It had a blank greenish-grey concave, as if its face had been removed with an ice cream scoop. It was completely and totally smooth and featureless. I didn't pick Emma up this time. I grabbed her wrist instead. With my free hand, I grabbed a poker from alongside the fireplace. I ran, pulling Emma along with me. I had to find a safe place to hide Emma, a place without windows that thing in the yard could look through. We wound up back in the living room, and I opened up the closet door. The closet held neatly labelled boxes containing toys and stuffed animals. There was just enough space for a frightened little girl in the back. I pushed Emma into the closet. "You have to be brave," I told her. "You have to stay in here and be very quiet and very brave." I didn't really have any sort of plan. I could hear something scraping against the side of the house. The thing in the yard was scratching at the house, clawing at the siding. My mind was racing a mile a minute. I couldn't seem to hang on to a solid thought.
Now that I could actually see the call because I had to reconnect for the millionth time. So that's amazing.
Okay,
it still does that to you?
Stay here.
I've been disconnected over a dozen times now.
I think she was about
I'm starting to get pissed off with Discord.
I shut the closet door.
I would be.
And I'm just going to cloud tag Discord, be like, "Hey, I keep getting disconnected from call. He has played over a dozen times now within the last few hours.
It lumbered along slowly.
I'm starting to get heavily irritated.
Movements.
I would be too.
Swung by its sides. They looked absurdly short in comparison to its legs. Without thinking, I opened the sliding door.
I was letting
it stopped, tilting its head at me quizzically, as if it hadn't expected me to come out of the house. I ran towards it, swinging the fireplace poker as hard as I could. There was a thick, crunching sound as the poker collided with the thing's legs. The legs buckled immediately, snapping backwards. The thing toppled, shrieking and squealing as it fell. It landed hard on what I guess was its rear end. It flailed its arms at me, but I swung the poker again. I felt it collide with the spot where the thing's face should have been. The thing stopped screaming and toppled backwards, slumping onto the ground. The backyard suddenly lit up with light. My heart was pounding and adrenaline flooded my body. For a brief moment, I thought that the sun had come up. I stumbled back, blinking. I dropped the poker without fully realizing it. People were pouring out of the woods.
Hopefully they actually
screaming at me.
Still attack
my legs gave
dumb and actually try to handle it.
I was sitting on the ground. A woman wearing jeans and a t-shirt was screaming at me. She had a set of chunky yellow headphones dangling around her neck and what looked like a handheld radio clipped to her belt. At first, I thought it was a Walkman. She was waving her arms and shouting, even though I could hear her perfectly. I couldn't seem to understand her. "What have you done?" she screamed. "It's a show! It's a show, you idiot!" Someone pulled the yelling woman away from me. I looked around. The backyard was full of people. Some of the people were holding cameras and boom mics. Anna was there. She was crying. Great heaving sobs racked her body. I remember thinking that she should have been at play practice. A man offered me his hand and pulled me to my feet. The man explained to me that a bunch of seniors at the local college were filming a TV show for their final project. It was a prank show, like that one on the Sci-Fi channel that used to air years ago. Someone would call in and suggest a scary prank to play on a friend or family member. The prank would be videotaped, and then the whole thing would be broadcasted on the TV show. They had actually filmed a few episodes already. One showed a boy peeing his pants when a creepy-looking clown popped out of his locker. And another showed a girl screaming as a masked man with a rubber machete chased her out of a parking garage. Anna had called in and pitched a prank to be played on me. She would send me to a phony babysitting gig, and the guy dressed like Slender Man would terrorize me. Emma and the Callahans were all actors. Anna had thought that she could impress the students and that they'd let her have a small reoccurring role in the show. The man I attacked with the poker was named Jude Plaskett. He had been walking on stilts. My first blow had broken the stilts, but left him basically unharmed. The second blow put him in a coma.
I don't like that.
Well, on Discord.
What?
I'm about to pull a laughing stock on Discord if I could disconnect it one more time.
Luckily, that never happened.
Issue a formal complaint,
I had been terrified out of my mind.
This court's been acting
and had
really
been convinced that a monster was about to kill both myself and the little child.
This court's been acting very sus lately.
Yeah.
Jude's family wound up suing the college and his classmates. This happened a little over a week ago. Anna still won't talk to me. She's furious that I ruined her shot at TV fame. I'm pretty mad that she set me up for such an awful prank in the first place. I can't sleep at night. I keep thinking about the horrendous crunching sound that poker made when it collided with Jude's face. And later, I keep thinking that there's something in my backyard. I keep waking up to the sound of bushes and trees rustling, but when I go to the window, I don't see anything. I don't know what I keep expecting to see. I don't really want to. I slowly creep towards my window that overlooks the backyard. My bedroom is on the second floor, and I have quite a view onto the back lawn with the trees and shrubs lining it. As I'm scanning the environment, some movement catches my eye. I sigh as I see it was just a shrub slowly moving in the breeze.
There you go, Stinger.
This video may contain offensive language or be frightening to some viewers. Viewer discretion is recommended. It all started with another family camping trip. My brother Andy, my parents, my aunt Lara, my uncle Ben and I always planned an annual camping trip to the nearby mountains. Every year we would hike a bit higher and walk a bit further. This year we went up about 10 miles and halfway around the mountain to a grassy flatland. It was pretty nice, quiet and unmoved by the urban life.
Hey, Stinger.
Just a few miles down the road.
There you go in your
Twitch
chat.
There were no actual
What'd you post?
So if you needed to go, you had to take a shovel and hope you didn't pick up any poison ivy. It was getting closer to sundown, and the camp was all set up, and the fire was crackling in the center. I had the greatest urge to take a leak, so I told my mother I was going into the trees for a moment. She told me not to go too far, and I nodded to show her I understood. Then I left. I walked into the collection of trees, moving just far enough to see the light. The last thing I wanted is one of my family members just peering behind a tree and causing another one of those awkward moments in life. Yeah, it happened last year, and Auntie Lara doesn't really look at me the same. I think she was impressed. Once I was on empty, I fixed my pants and planned my way back. But just as I was about to leave, something caught the corner of my eye. I turned my head, and in a pond a few feet away that was hidden by the trees, there was a girl washing her legs off. I was curious, so I walked over. She had pitch black, messy hair in these two pigtails. She didn't look much older than me, maybe 13 or 14. She wore a torn pleated uniform dress, but no shoes. Her legs were covered in bruises and cuts. Hey, I watched her finish wiping her legs off with the water and stand straight up. She slowly turned to me. Her black bangs were long and overgrown. My name's Reuben, I smiled at her. What's yours? A fog rolled in while she stood there silently. Then, once I could barely see the trees behind her, I heard her whisper, Lulu. Lulu? Well, that's a cute name. So, where are you staying? I looked around. It was almost impossible to see anything. Not only that, but the sun was starting to go down. I can take you, she muttered softly, taking my hand. Her skin was smooth, even with the bruises.
Oh boy,
Soft
looks like I got a new challenge.
What?
So very cold.
Fox ears.
Fox ears?
I was quiet for a moment, conflicted.
Cool.
Remember the person who commissioned me wanted a fox farm.
Oh yeah.
Shortly
Tell me about that.
And agreed to follow her. We walked on the dirt path that was cluttered with dead leaves and fallen branches. At the time, I was only concentrating on her. The fact that she was walking blindly into fog like it was an everyday task. The foggy forest dimmed as the sun descended. She managed to lead me to an old abandoned 2-story home as the fog thickened even more. She and I sat on the porch to watch the darkness. Aren't you afraid, you know, of living out here in the woods alone? I look over at the quiet, shoeless Lulu. She hugged her bruised knees and kept her eyes hidden. Not really. Even with tall men, killers, and monsters on all fours, I am never scared. No one visits me anyway, she explained as quietly as she had spoken her name. I was surprised at her response. For a moment, I thought her crazy, but then again, she had probably been out here for quite some time. So, where are you from? A very far away place. It's very dark there. I don't like the dark very much.
Not all.
Bad things happen there. She trembled for a moment and then sat in silence. Why do you cover your face? I asked, after feeling a chill from the cold air. I don't like people seeing my face. More eerie silence rolled in with the wind. Then I cleared my throat. When do you think the fog will let up? I'll need to get back to camp before my parents get worried. I looked at her and she stood up. Something felt strange about her suddenly. A sad, demonic feeling overwhelmed me. Are you hungry? She asked as she walked to the front door that was falling off its hinges. Yeah. I stood up as well, ready to follow her inside. She walked into the house, and I followed. Inside was a very well-kept, bare home. There was barely any furniture, let alone dust. The windows were clean, the couch looked soft. Hell, there was even lights on in the kitchen area. I sat on the couch, which was nice and soft, despite its seemingly aged upholstery. She entered the living space with an old chipped plate and a bowl of soup and a shiny silver spoon. She set it down on my lap and went to get me a napkin, then disappeared up some stairs. I sat alone, eating my soup. It was sweet and warm and went down well. It had a deep red colouring with clear signs of vegetables floating about. I ate, thinking of my parents. I had been out a long time, and we didn't walk far. Shouldn't my parents be calling my name? I should be able to hear them from here. It was weird, ever since that fog rolled in. I dismissed my thoughts after my soup was done and my eyes became drowsy. I set down the plate, bowl and spoon on the single table in the room and lay back on the couch. My only thought was about the girl who disappeared in the house as I drifted to sleep. I was awoken in the darkness of the night by a loud scream from below. I shot up on the couch and looked around. There was nothing but the creaking boards and howling house. I listened for a few moments to the eerie silence of the house. I looked over at the table when I returned to my position and noticed the dishes were gone. Lulu must have taken them. I closed my eyes, surrendering to the sleepiness. As I drifted back into my dreamscape, a loud thud came from below, and I shot up again. This time I stood certain this wasn't my imagination. What if Lulu was in danger? She seemed too frail to fight off anything that could have wandered in. I needed to make sure she was okay. The last thing I would want was seeing her seriously hurt when I could have helped her. I then carefully manoeuvred my way around the dimly lit home. I ran into a bathroom, a bedroom, a closet, and then a basement door. I touched the knob of the door, and this eerie chill slowly ran its way down my spine. I was reluctant to open it, but thinking of Lulu, I forced myself to turn the knob and open the door. Behind the door, there was a darkened stairwell. A strong, foul wind came up the stairs. I coughed a few times from the unsuspecting smell, then took a few steps down. As I descended into the basement, the foul smell got stronger. My stomach began to churn, and my eyes watered. It smelled like there was something, a lot of that something, laying down in the basement, rotting.
How's that look?
At the bottom, I found a switch and flipped it.
This is looking pretty good.
The basement was now fully illuminated, or at least this part was. At the corner of the room, there was another door, covered in a deep brown, rust-like colour. Lulu, I called out, looking around. There
Not
was
bad for a
no
Halloween
answer.
drawing.
I was starting to get worried. Where could she be? Lulu! I screamed louder, more anxious than before. I hurried over to the door in the corner of the room. I grabbed the handle and swung it open. Lou, I stopped. What I had seen in that room made me lose everything I had eaten. There was an entire room with bodies, rotten, decaying bodies, just laying there. I saw men, women, and a few people my age sprawled about the floor, and some even hanging. The one thing they all had in common was their faces. None of them had eyes. There were only empty sockets staring through me. I couldn't handle it. I backed away from the door and bumped into something. I slowly turned, and there stood Lulu, dress, arms and legs, all covered in blood. I was horrified. I thought she looked so sweet. I didn't think she could. I couldn't even fathom the situation. I was just wishing this was all a bad nightmare, that none of this was real. You've seen too much. She looked up at me, her hair moving from her face to reveal nothing but smooth skin. She had no eyes, not even open sockets. Your face. I backed away from her, even further, tripping over her tools that were spread on the floor. Her hand touched the smooth surface. My eyes. You can't see them right now. She flashed a small smile, as if she were embarrassed or even happy. But I have them. I was frozen. My heart was thumping in my chest. I could barely breathe. And then she moved all of the hair from her face, smearing the blood from her hands. See, the skin around the non-existent sockets began to tear apart and bleed. She started to look so sad, so hurt. After a moment, she had deep, empty sockets. Now that you've seen it, she reached out for me, and I smacked her hands away. Get away from me! freak. I shoved her out of the way and clumsily ran up the dark stairs. She followed. "You've seen too much," I heard her voice echo behind me as I ran out of the house into the foggy woods. "Give me your eyes." I looked back and saw her standing on the porch. I didn't stop running until I tripped over a branch and fell down a small incline. I landed awkwardly and managed to break my arm on a rock, making me scream in agony, the bone clearly poking from a small spot on my arm. Within moments, she was sitting on my chest.
Yeah, I'm
her
thinking
hands
soda.
inches away from my face.
Same.
I kicked and rolled until she was off, and then I managed to get back onto my feet. She kept yelling for my eyes, but I kept on running, blood spurting from the small opening on my arm. Then that's when I noticed the pond. I had just met her at the pond, which means my parents weren't far away. I found the tree I peed on, and then the embers from the fire. I ran as hard as I could and stumbled into camp. My family had jumped on my entrance. I was suddenly so dizzy and tired from running. I looked around and saw my mother. She looked so worried. The sun's light illuminated camp, and the fog was gone. I relaxed for a moment, feeling safe, and I closed my eyes. I woke up in a hospital, my mother standing beside my bed. I had a tube in my arm and a cast on the other. She leaned down to give me a kiss on my forehead. "I'm so glad you're okay. You leave for 5 minutes to use the bathroom, and you come back with a broken arm and cuts? Now how did you manage that?" 5 minutes? I slowly sat up. I was gone for 5 minutes? But the girl, the fog, and the house, and the bodies? Honey, there were no houses at that campsite, no girls, and most certainly no fog. I was at a standstill. I was in the fog. I saw the girl. She had touched my hand. She fed me. And those bodies. How? I had checked out of the hospital by the time it was 11 o'clock and made my way home with my parents. A fog had rolled in, but that was normal for the night time around here. I set my alarm clock when I got in my bedroom and lay in bed. I yawned and closed my eyes. I started fading out. The house was quiet. The image of the girl was clear in my mind. I took a deep breath. Then I heard her sob. "Give me your eye." News headlines: 7th gruesome suicide. Boy takes his own life by removing his own eyes and bleeding to death. Parents found him early this morning, lying on his bed, deceased. His eyes, however, have not been found. Hello. I found your email address through a mailing list. Your profile said you are interested in Smile Dog. I have seen it. It's not as bad as everyone says. I have sent it to you here. Just spreading the word. Smiley face. This video may contain offensive language or be frightening to some people.
Let's see what the next creepypasta story is.
Viewer discretion is recommended.
Oh shit. The creepy one.
I first met in person with Mary E. in the summer of 2007. I had arranged with her husband of 15 years, Terence, to see her for an interview. Mary had initially agreed, since I was not a newsman, but rather an amateur writer, gathering information for a few early college assignments, and if all went according to plan, maybe even some pieces of fiction. We scheduled the interview for a particular weekend when I was in Chicago on unrelated business, but at the last moment, Mary changed her mind and locked herself in the couple's bedroom, refusing to meet with me. For half an hour, I sat with Terence as we camped outside the bedroom door. I listened and took notes while he fruitlessly attempted to calm his wife. The things Mary said made little sense, but fit with the pattern I was expecting. Though I could not see her, I could tell from her voice that she was crying. And more often than not, her objections to speaking with me centered around an incoherent diatribe on her dreams, her nightmares. Terence apologized profusely when we ceased the exercise, and I did my best to take it in stride. Recall that I was not a reporter in search of a story, but merely a curious young man in search of information. Besides, I thought at the time I could perhaps find another similar case if I put my mind and resources to it. Mary E. was the system operator of a small Chicago-based bulletin board system in 1992 when she first encountered Smile.jpg, and her life changed forever. She and Terence had been married for only 5 months. Mary was one of the estimated 400 people who saw the image when it was posted as a hyperlink on the BBS, though she is the only one who has spoken openly about the experience. The rest have remained anonymous, or perhaps dead. In 2005, when I was only in 10th grade, Smile.jpg was first brought to my attention by my burgeoning interest in web-based phenomena.
Pasta that you were just listening to
Mary
reminds me of the new Smile movie that just is just on a trailer.
Which one is it?
Smile Dog. The being Smile.jpg
one with the Smile
is
PDF.
reputed to display.
It's actually a movie trailer that is actually kind of similar in a way.
Of the cyber legend and my
Yeah.
proclivity towards
I'll have to
such
check that out later.
was the sheer lack of information, usually to the point that people don't believe it even exists, other than as a rumor or hoax. It is unique because though the entire phenomenon centers on
what
a
color should I do
picture
the
file,
site?
that file
the what?
is nowhere to be found on the internet. Certainly many photo-manipulated simulacra
like you want to change the color of your site?
Showing up with most frequency on sites
like, is that what you're asking?
Image board,
yeah, I'm asking what color should I do for my site?
Particularly the /x/focused paranormal subboard.
For your drawing, it's still you, right?
These are
True.
fakes because
so I say keep the site red because that is character is a blood angel.
It is, but this one is dressed as a demonic butterfly since it's getting near Halloween, so I had to change up.
This purported reaction in the viewer is one of the reasons the phantom-like smile.jpg is regarded with
I designed
such
the site
disdain.
myself, so...
Since it is patently absurd,
if it's related to demonic butterfly, why those monarch colors?
Monarch colors?
JPG's existence
black,
might be much out
blue,
of fear,
I believe green is
out
another
of
color on the monarch butterfly.
Neither smile.jpg
That's why I got mine right here.
nor smile dog is mentioned anywhere on Wikipedia. Though
That's
the website features articles on such other,
normally, yes, I would have a
more
blood angel, but I figured this year I would change it up.
Any attempt to create a page pertaining to smile.jpg is summarily deleted by any of the encyclopedia's many admins. Encounters with smile.jpg are the stuff of internet legend. Mary E's story is not unique. There are unverified rumours of smile.jpg showing up in the early days of Usenet, and even one persistent tale that in 2002 a hacker flooded the forums of rumour and satire website. Something awful, with a deluge of smile dog pictures, rendering almost half the forum's users at the time epileptic. It is also said that in the mid to late 90s that smile.jpg circulated on Usenet, and as an attachment of a chain email with the subject line, "Smile, God loves you." Yet despite the huge exposure these stunts would generate, there are very few people who admit to having experienced any of them, and no trace of the file or link has ever been discovered. Those who claim to have seen smile.jpg often weakly joke that they were far too busy to save a copy of the picture to their hard drive. However, all alleged victims offer the same description of the photo. A dog-like creature, usually described as appearing similar to a Siberian husky, illuminated by the flash of the camera, sits in a dim room. The only background detail that is visible being a human hand extending from the darkness near the left side of the frame. The hand is empty, but is usually described as beckoning. Of course, most attention is given to the dog, or dog-like creature, as some victims are more certain than others about what they claim to have seen. The muzzle of the beast is reputedly split in a wide grin, revealing 2 rows of very white, very straight, very sharp, and very human-like looking teeth. This is, of course, not a description given immediately after viewing the picture, but rather a recollection of the victims, who claim to have seen the picture endlessly repeated in their mind's eye during the time that they are, in reality, having epileptic fits. These fits are reported to continue indeterminably, often while the victims sleep, resulting in very vivid and disturbing nightmares. These may be treated with medication, though in some cases it is more effective than others. Mary E., I assumed, was not on effective medication. That was why, after my visit to her apartment in 2007, I sent out feelers to several folklore and urban legend-orientated news groups, websites, and mailing lists, hoping to find the name of a supposed victim of Smile.jpg who felt more interested in talking about their experiences. For a time, nothing happened, and at length I forgot completely about my pursuits, since I had begun my freshman year of college and was quite busy. Mary contacted me via email, however, near the beginning of March 2008. Dear Mr. L, I am incredibly sorry about my behaviour last summer when you came to interview me. I hope you understand it was no fault of yours, but rather my own problems that led me to act out as I did. I realise that I could have handled the situation more decorously. However, I hope you will forgive me. At the time, I was afraid. You see, for 15 years, I have been haunted by Smile.jpg. Smile Dog comes to me in my sleep every night. I know that sounds silly, but it is true. There is an ineffable quality about my dreams, my nightmares, that makes them completely unlike any real dreams I have ever had. I do not move and I do not speak. I simply look around, and the only thing ahead of me is the scene from that horrible picture. I see the beckoning hand, and I see Smile Dog. It talks to me. It is not a dog, of course, though I am not quite sure what it really is. It tells me it will leave me alone if only I do as it asks. All I must do, it says, is spread the word. That is how it phrases its demands, and I know exactly what it means. It wants me to show it to someone else, and I could. The week after my incident, I received in the mail a manila envelope with no return address. Inside was only a 3/4-inch floppy diskette.
For context on why I'm saying oops, I apparently scared the dog.
Was on it.
I've done that with my sneezes before, and you've heard how loud they get.
About my option.
Yes, I have.
I could send it to a
stranger. I was able to hear it during yesterday's stream.
I could even show it to Terran.
No,
as much as the idea disgusted me. And what would happen then? Well, if Smile Dog kept its word, I could sleep. Yet, if it lied, what would I do? And who was to say something worse would not come for me if I did as the creature asked? So I did nothing for 15 years, though I kept the diskette hidden amongst my things. Every night for 15 years, Smile Dog has come to me in my sleep and demanded that I spread the word. For 15 years, I have stood strong, though there have been hard times. Many of my fellow victims on the BBS board, where I first encountered smile.jpg, stopped posting. I heard some of them committed suicide. Others remained completely silent, simply disappearing off the face of the web. They are the ones I worry about the most. I sincerely hope you forgive me, Mr. L. But last summer, when you contacted me and my husband,
I'm going to send you a trailer now, just so that you don't forget.
I decided I was going to give you the floppy diskette. I did not care if Smile Dog was lying or not.
I was judged by that laughter, but I was able to. I am able to be heard.
Someone I had no connection with, and I thought I would.
And I actually say that safely guess that.
You took the diskette.
What?
Get that?
Part of your
I safely guess that I can be heard.
Sealed your fate. Before you arrived, I realized what I was doing
keeps
was
cutting in and
plotting
out.
to ruin your life. I could not stand the thought, and in fact, I still cannot. I am ashamed, Mr. L, and I hope that this warning will dissuade you from further investigation of smile.jpg. You may in time encounter someone who is, if not weaker than I, then wholly more depraved. Someone who will not hesitate to follow Smile Dog's orders. Stop while you are still whole. Sincerely, Mary E. Terence contacted me later that month with the news that his wife had killed herself. While cleaning up the various things she'd left behind, closing email accounts and he happened upon the above message.
Alright, I'm gonna send you the trailer.
Okay.
He wept as he told me to listen to his wife's advice. He'd found the diskette, he revealed, and burned it until it was nothing but a stinking pile of blackened plastic. The part that most disturbed him, however, was how the diskette had hissed as it melted.
There you go.
Like some sort of animal, he said. I will admit I was a little uncertain about how to respond to this. At first I thought perhaps it was a joke, with the couple belatedly playing with the situation in order to get a rise out of me. However, a quick check of several Chicago newspapers' online obituaries proved that Mary E. was indeed dead. There was, of course, no mention of suicide in the article. I decided that, for a time at least, I would not further pursue the subject of smile.jpg, especially since I had finals coming up at the end of May. But the world has odd ways of testing us. Almost a full year after I'd returned from my disastrous interview with Mary E., I received another email. Hello. I found your email address through a mailing list. Your profile said you were interested in Smile Dogs. I have seen it. It's not as bad as everyone says. I have sent it to you here. Just spreading the word. Smiley face. The final line chilled me to the bone. According to my email client, there was one file attached, called, naturally, smile.jpg. I considered downloading it for some time. It was most likely a fake, I imagined, and even if it weren't, I was never wholly convinced of smile.jpg's peculiar powers. Mary E.'s account had shaken me, yes, but she was probably mentally unbalanced anyway. After all, how could a simple image do what smile.jpg was said to accomplish?
Okay.
What sort of creature was it that could break one's mind
What
with
is it
only
you like to
the
talk
power
about?
of the eye?
Hi, patient. Hi. I know you're nervous. I just want to have a chat.
I'm seeing something no one else can see except for me. It's smiling at me. Oh my God!
Yesterday, a patient in your care died brutally in front of you.
I need to find an explanation for what happened.
It's smiling at me. It's smiling at me.
You're going to die! You're going to die! You're going to die! You're going to die!
I found 20 cases involving 19 victims with a direct line linking them all together.
You said only 19. Why is it that everybody else who's seen it is dead and you're alive? I've seen it too.
You? Get away from me!
How long between each victim's death?
None of them survived longer than a week.
Today's my 4th day. I am not gonna keep running. I have to face it.
How does it make you feel?
I'm just really scared that something bad is going to happen.
Okay, that terrified me a bit.
Were patently absurd.
Is this just one of the trailers that are coming out?
Exist at all. If I downloaded the image, if I looked at it,
damn,
and if Mary turned out to be correct, if Smile Dog came to me in my dreams, demanding I spread the word, what would I do? Would I live my life as Mary had, fighting against the urge to give in until I died? Or would I simply spread the word, eager to put it to rest? And if I chose the latter route, how could I do it? Whom would I burden in turn? If I went through with my earlier intention to write a short article about smile.jpg, I decided I could attach it as evidence, and anyone who read the article, anyone who took interest, would be affected. And even assuming the smile.jpg attached to the email was genuine, would I be capricious enough to save myself in that manner? Could I spread the word? Yes. Yes, I could. I see his eyes when I close mine. They are hollow, black. They saw me and pierced me. His wet hand. I will not go to sleep. His voice. The rest of the text was indecipherable.
Dang it. The one thing that sucks about getting a file way too big...
This video may contain offensive language or be frightening to some viewers.
Starts to boggle down.
Viewer discretion is recommended. I had this doll for quite a while now. It was a beautiful porcelain doll. You know, the way that most porcelain dolls look like. It was just like that. Wavy long blonde curls, black eyes, a beautiful pink and red dress, with a typical headband with lace around the edges. It was a doll I had received from my mother at an early age. At that age, I had always thought it was such a pretty doll, a perfect look. My grandmother had almost 50 dolls of that kind, all of them beautiful, perfect porcelain dolls. But this one in particular, the blonde with the red dress, I will always remember, because this is the one that would be the death of me. I had lived alone for quite a while now. I had just gotten into college, seeing my whole life lay in front of me, and all I had to do was just go and pick what I wanted, easy as that. I was aiming for psychology, a subject I had started to respect and enjoy over the last 3 years. Seeing as my mother was a nurse and my dad a therapist, it was an obvious choice for me. But moving so far away from all my friends and family wasn't as easy as I thought. Sure, my roommate was a nice person, but maybe not as chatty as I had hoped. I wasn't a person to just sit quietly in my room and never speak until I had to. I enjoyed getting out, seeing friends, but I didn't have any time or friends around. No one would talk to me unless I wanted help from my teacher in school, or my roommate had forgotten to buy milk. It was lonely, to say the least. Homework was the only thing to keep me distracted from feeling lonely. I didn't have time to try to even make friends. Friends was a silly thing after all. I didn't have time to go and party, maybe find somebody. It was worthless either way, and my dad would skin me alive if I didn't keep my focus on the schoolwork. The only thing I had brought from home to remind me of my family was that doll. The girlish toy was displayed on my desk in front of my bed, smiling towards me when I needed someone to talk to or just watch over me as I slept. It was me and that doll the whole time. That damn ugly doll. As time went on, I started to pull myself more and more away from any human contact as possible. The schoolwork was getting over my head. The regret of going here had begun filling my mind. But I couldn't quit now and go home, not after my parents had paid everything for my college and car to get here. I just had to stay and make the best out of it. I really tried hard, but with each day, the hatred of other people took hold of me, and I would need hours alone, just sitting in my room to cool off. It was getting harder to get out each day. My roommate despised me. I could tell, but I couldn't blame her. I was acting like a jerk. I refused to do my share of the daily chores, wiping the floors, taking out the trash, but I couldn't do it. I was being pulled into a dark hole, and with the loneliness came the paranoia. At first I accepted being lonely, but it had reached that point where I started to realize my dumb behavior, trying to reach out to people to tell them that I wasn't feeling alright. There was only stress, and nobody had time to talk to a stupid college student. It was only the nerves. I hoped it was. I locked myself in my room, and I couldn't go out anymore. I had to send to my teachers and cancel my classes day after day. But it didn't matter. They didn't send anything in search of me. So I just kept spinning in my room, day after day, week after week. It was an evil circle I couldn't get out of. Then it happened. My room had been my cage. I wouldn't eat. I couldn't. It even reached that point where my roommate would come and knock on my door to see if everything was okay. But I didn't open it up. I just yelled back in reply that she should go away, and she did. She didn't care enough to make a second attempt. She never knocked on my door again. It was just me and my doll, watching over me and every breath I took. Then there was that night. This night, actually. It was a night I was so used to spending alone. I didn't even bother trying to turn on the lights as I stepped from my bed and pulled on my sweater and a pair of untied Converse shoes. Before I made my way out of my room, which I hadn't left in so many days. I needed fresh air, and my window was jammed and unable to be opened. It was in the middle of the night, maybe even morning. It was still dark outside, so I assumed it was still night, even though I hadn't checked the time yet. I couldn't care less. Anyway, it was a pain in the ass to come out of my room to not wake my stupid roommate up. All I needed was to get out for a minute or two and get some air, maybe go out and buy some cigarettes. I had promised myself to stop smoking, but lately, that was the only thing I had been doing. Smoking. I only snuck out late at night to go and get some new cigs. It was a bad thing, I knew, but it was the only thing to keep me going and kept me awake and sane. But that particular night, there was something strange. Someone had unlocked the gate out to the street. It hadn't happened before, and I thought the landlord held a hard hand to keep it locked at all times. Didn't bother, just pushed the little red box out of my pocket and started smoking. The good thing about the night was that there was no one around, no one to annoy me with their stupid voices. It was quiet, maybe just a car driving by, but then no more than that. It was peaceful. A few minutes after gaining some cold on my warm skin and some smoke inside my lungs, I decided to go back in and maybe try to watch some television. Nothing good aired at night, but it was always worth a try. I stepped back into the building and shrugged off the last bit of unwanted cold, making myself ready to sneak back into my room. But as soon as I came to the staircase, there was something in the way, or someone. Someone was standing on the stairs. I had to admit, it did scare me to some point, but a second later I was back to my not giving a shit attitude and tried to walk up the stairs without confronting the person standing in the way. At first I thought it was my roommate, but the shadow of the person was too manly, too big to be the petite roommate I knew. I tried to pass the odd stranger and just slightly bumped my elbow into his, but he didn't move or speak. He just stood there. It was creeping me out. The scenario was too freaky, but of course there were other students in this apartment building just waiting to scare the shit out of some other poor first-year student, but I wasn't the one to be fooled. I didn't stop until I heard a sound. It was one of those sounds where it just causes your concentration to break shut. It was distracting, scary, unnerving. I couldn't continue, so I just froze in position and tried to turn around to face him. At first, there was a cracking sound.
Okay, I'm gonna re-upload real quick the video I just dropped because the formatting came out fucking weird. Just letting you know ahead of time.
But it wasn't human.
Yeah, just letting you know ahead of time.
Yeah, maybe to some degree.
No, okay.
But the voice was pitching up,
4 hours and
like it
33
was
minutes
breaking
so far.
through a bad static screen.
At least you're making progress, right?
Away from the man in the shadow.
Yep.
I wanted to break away from my sudden frozen state of mind.
Hey, fam.
I couldn't.
I'm about to re-upload the skit I dropped on YouTube. Yeah, I'm about to re-upload the skit I dropped on YouTube earlier.
I was trying to speak.
Because I'm not happy with how it came out the first time. Damn, my perfection sends me to hell and back.
Since spending some more time in the darkness, my vision.
Amelia wants the magic sword.
Huh?
He was wearing some kind of
That's the one I uploaded. Amelia wants the magic sword.
Everything black. A sewn cap, with strings falling out from a hole in the back, also black. His hair was torn, long, like he hadn't been able to cut it for a long time.
No, it's
or
not made for kids. Ugh.
His
Why would I ever put something
inside
like this
my
for
mind,
kids?
but
That'll make you a demented bastard.
like a dagger in my ears. When he spoke, he made off another static noise, like a broken radio. But he spoke in words. I tried to calm myself down, but I was already too scared to try to bring myself to relax. You're here alone, aren't you? I swallowed hard. The thought of somebody spying on me this entire time was filling my head with the urge to vomit. Feeling disgusted by this man.
This was re-uploaded due to errors.
I just shook my head.
What the
No
fuck?
response.
Re-uploaded due to errors from rendering.
I should have. Maybe it could have changed this whole situation for the better. Maybe if I hadn't been there
just need
now,
to wait 5 minutes.
That's fucked.
I was, and he knew that as well. But
y'all want to hear some bullshit?
Expected,
What?
Apparently, Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone is banned in America.
What?
Just
I was not aware of this.
Me neither.
Wounded
How?
Kit just found this out.
By his appearance,
I don't know.
His eyes.
I don't get that.
Let me check.
There was a
I need to find that. I need to look this up.
A golden
Please do, because that just seems
it
odd.
filled both his eyeballs and his mouth. His teeth
I agree.
shining through in a bright yellow light.
I need to look this up.
It glowed in the dark and cast a light on the stairs.
It's not banned throughout the entire US apparently, but
and I could see him smirk.
Most of the censorship attempts were for religious reasons.
That's when I snapped.
What?
It wasn't human, and I had to get away from here.
It's banned in South Carolina and Alabama, mostly.
And threw myself up the stairs, running up quickly as my untied shoes slammed against
Let me look it up.
the floor. I
Why
fled
is
to my
it banned?
room without any second
Concerns over violence and increasingly dark tone of the later books, but most of them were for religious reasons, including apparently mostly overtones of death, hate, lack of respect, sheer evil.
My stumbling feet bringing me across the
For the
floor
Goblet of Fire.
and into the desk, knocking my precious family dolls onto the floor. The porcelain broke, and I
It also is banned in Texas.
Trying to recollect myself and my
Not
thoughts.
surprising.
There was no more noise.
It was banned in 2002, weirdly enough.
This is the
No
first I'm
roommates
hearing about
coming
it?
after me. No weird glowing man in the stairwell. Just me
That just
and my
doesn't
broken
seem
doll
make
laying
any
on
sense.
the floor. I
Right.
tried to scream.
Okay, and in one school in
Called for any
Tennessee.
help at all. It wasn't
Okay.
real. I had become
I
too
am-
crazy.
Schools in Connecticut,
insane.
Tennessee, Georgia, South
After
Carolina,
spending so many
Alabama.
months
So
just
most of them
Also,
were-
certain countries.
This is what
Also,
had happened.
So mostly the most
I
religious
was
parts of
laying
the
on the
country.
floor, broken,
Pretty much.
shattered to pieces.
I mean,
Why
I
did
kind
they
of get it, but
anymore.
because it apparently includes knowledge of actual
I
curses
didn't
and
sleep.
such.
I
At
sat
least
on
that's the
floor,
reason behind some of it.
pacing back and forth
It's
by
a thing
crawling
for
as best
wizards.
as
There's
I
gonna
could.
be curses and
The
stuff.
cigarette from before now just sat like a needle in my throat. I was
I'll pretend to
thirsty,
understand the mind
but
of some of
couldn't
these
move out
motherfuckers.
to the kitchen to drink anything.
You're gonna have to explain
Maybe
it to
he
me
was
because
there,
I want
still
to
waiting
understand
for me
where
to
this is
come
coming
out.
from. At the
But
same
I
time, it's
had
like
to
I don't
recapture
understand
my
it.
spot. I never did. After an hour
Can you
of
give
complete
me a
silence
synopsis
in the
on
room,
why?
I began to calm down.
Okay,
and I
like
stood
on
up
why it's
to
banned?
try to recollect
Yeah.
myself.
Let's
There was
see.
still that feeling of
Because
being
I
Let
don't
me
understand
see
because I've
here.
been watching
I
Harry
knew that
Potter since I was
feeling
little.
all too well. The feeling of being paranoid.
Like, over the
lonely,
last 20 years,
down
apparently,
to this.
Like the Sorcerer's Stone specifically has been banned in in a number of schools and cities all overall.
I immediately started
Why?
to try to patch it together.
It's not just in the U.S. It's also worldwide. Like certain parts of Bulgaria, Greece, it's been banned there too.
I managed to find a needle and thread in my room and some glue.
Let me see.
To get the doll
Reasons for
back
challenging the book
form
included
glory,
glorifying witchcraft, promoting a cult,
easy.
tones of
No
death,
matter how
hate,
hard I
lack of
tried,
respect, sheer
the doll
evil,
would just
leading
fall
children to
apart
hatred and rebellion,
again.
confusing children,
It became
leading
an
them astray.
endless attempt.
Seriously?
Some were also concerned about
again
the dark tone
again,
in increasingly
but it
darker
would just
tone in the
fall
later
into
books, but
pieces.
overall the most of the reasons
only
are basically religion
I
based.
became so tired from
However,
fixing of the
this
doll.
has not been a complete
just
outright
passed
censorship.
out on my
Multiple
bed,
schools and
curled up
organizations
together
have
in the
fought
ball
against the ban
with
as
a
well.
blanket over my head.
And for the most part, they've won
Somehow,
against the attempts to ban them.
No monster under the bed could reach me now. All I
I'm
wanted
just...
was to sleep.
It's like, seriously?
I didn't know he would
if you
come
don't
back.
like the movie, don't watch it. If you know it's going to be part of a wizard world,
was
don't watch it.
However, this time, I welcomed
But yes, again, it's mostly the books that have been hit. Like, the movies, not so much.
And I would rather die in my sleep than face another day of being lonely again.
Let's see here.
And
Yeah, pretty much. Like, there's even a Harry Potter resort. There's even a Harry Potter resort down in Florida.
It was tiring the way he approached me this time.
Kind of
It
was
just
like
stored
I was
in
sleeping,
the
I could still control my body like a lucid dream. I wouldn't dare to step into
makes me question it
another
a little
day.
bit.
Tonight,
is that
it would end just like I had been
it's like the
afraid
same,
it
as
would.
I said, if you don't
But
like
I
the
didn't
books,
care
don't read it.
anymore. Didn't
Agreed.
bother. I just wanted to have a long sleep and to never wake up again.
Apparently, this also is
never
let me
face
see
the
here.
loneliness again.
Because if we keep banning stuff, and
He came back to me.
I understand there's some
with his
things
hands guiding me up from my bed.
you can.
He wrapped
That's
his
going
mind
too far.
around mine as I tried to see. But the only thing I could see
That's, like,
was his
seriously,
grey hands
come on.
holding mine
If
tight.
you keep banning stuff and
But
doing
suddenly
everything
there
like
was a
that, we're gonna have
sensation
nothing left to
I
watch.
wasn't sure I could feel of floating.
And you never know. That's what some people probably
He
want.
cut two openings
just
into my
sad.
wrist. But it
Oh,
wasn't
you want to watch
just
something very cool? Nah, you get to watch my shit. And be bored for multiple hours until you question your sanity and wonder if there's a reason to live.
hang on to.
Oh wait, this was
I
way back
thought-
when the first when. Okay, so this is way back when the books first came out. Okay.
Too much to bear with.
Okay, so
Before they became
yeah,
books?
way back when, because of how, there were certain parts of it that were a little on the extreme side, especially if you note the murder, technically Harry killed Quirrell in self-defense in the first book, but that's still pretty messed up and traumatizing.
Yeah.
So you can't really get mad at that bit.
No pain.
Okay, understandable there.
Because it says here,
piece of my mind
the first Harry Potter book was released back in 1998 and was immediately challenged,
It was a wonderful
meaning that
feeling.
someone raised the flag on
was
whether or
like
not it should be
nothing
allowed
else
to be
mattered.
available for the public
And
audience.
as he continued to cut me open,
And despite the fact it was published at the end of the 90s, the Sorcerer's Stone made the list of the top 100 challenge book of the decade, ranking at number 48. So yeah, this was quite the controversy.
my strings and my drum.
Damn.
It took me only a minute.
So the whole attempts to ban the book outright have been going on for the last 20 years.
Under the hand of this man,
Yeah.
this thing,
Mhm.
breaking every bone in my body. I could feel him twist.
So it's not really surprising
my hip bone.
this has happened now,
For it
or
to make
at
it
all,
easier for
really.
him to turn me
Like,
into
again, this has been off and on for the last 20 years, and it's mostly the Sorcerer's
was
Stone,
like the long
and
pieces
I
of
think
torn
also
muscle
either the Goblet of Fire
controlling
or
my limbs and my head
the Order of
swaying
the
from
Phoenix.
Side to side.
Dang.
All I could see
Which is
was
understandable. Order of the Phoenix was pretty fucked in its own right. And many people have complained that the writing quality for the books really degraded after the Goblet of Fire.
in my eyes.
I don't think they're wrong, honestly.
And with my strings and dreams, you shall be.
Because I guess it's not supposed to be a happy story, but good grief.
Then snap.
It kept killing off pretty much anyone that was remotely important to the story at that point.
Approaching me this way.
I guess you're right on that.
I had never thought of it this way. I would have said no.
So naturally, I questioned the shit
on my own
out of,
I didn't.
I have to question the shit out of, well,
with a broken neck, death was just half a second
well, stuff
away.
like that. Like, I have to question
there was
it.
Nothing but a golden smile and his warm
like, you just go out of your way to just knock it out over and over and over.
Early the other morning, my roommate found me dead. I had committed suicide by
oh, right. Off topic thing. What'd you think of the thumbnail I posted in the group chat?
I had jumped from the bed. Beside me was the doll. The broken porcelain doll with the red dress and lovely blonde hair.
I'm a terrible person sometimes.
Writing this to you now, or how I found a way to contact you.
I said sometimes.
It was necessary to write down my story before I passed it on.
I could be so much worse.
This is what I'm leaving behind. I couldn't stand the loneliness anymore. I couldn't stand facing the problems on my own. It took so long. Too long.
Let me see if this looks...
I'm sorry.
Alright, so I'm going to have to remove the original one and get... delete forever, yes.
The sky had darkened considerably, with only the most tenacious rays of dying light still passing the walls of corn.
Let's see here.
Somewhere in the distance, a woman's voice called out for her son.
I do not regret that thumbnail.
Hey,
at all.
What? I still don't get it, Frank. Frank sighed yet again.
There we go. Justin, you poor bastard.
This video may
what happened?
He made the mistake of watching Johnny Test.
God damn it.
That's just unholy.
That's on him.
In this video, I'm going to be doing
a
little bit different from my regular creepypasta videos.
I literally just told him, you poor bastard.
Ooh,
this should be good.
A lot of people don't really know much about these characters. There's a bunch of fan art. A lot of people know who these characters are, but they don't really know anything about them, strangely enough. This video is going to be different because these characters aren't creepypastas, so I can't just read a story about them. There are some fan-made creepypastas, but I couldn't really find any good ones which I thought were worth sharing. Maybe in the future there will be. But these characters, Masky and Hoodie, are actually from a YouTube series called The Marble Hornets. It's a web series. There are a bunch of different entries. They're kind of shorter videos. They're really vague and mysterious, so it's kind of left up to your own interpretation. So you can find more about these characters in those videos. But in this video, I just wanted to do a drawing of them and give a quick rundown about these characters for anyone who was curious. So let's get on with the video, and I hope you guys enjoy. Masky is an affectionate name given to the unidentified masked figure who appears in the footage of the Marble Hornets incidents. His most prominent appearances are in entries 18, 19, and 23.
I am not sorry for how I tormented Emilia.
Marsky is identified by his effeminate white mask with shadowed eyes that he wears all the time. Marsky is an average height male of somewhat burly build. He has medium short, dark brown hair, which is usually messy. He wears a distinctive looking jacket, said to be the same as the one worn by Tim, and a white mask. Behaviour. Marsky appears initially hostile, having been seen attacking Jay in entry 18. In other appearances, Marsky neglects potential opportunities to hurt or even kill Jay.
I need to also push this on Twitter.
A, have changed, B, are clouded, or C, were not to cause him harm.
Oh, right, an anti-family themes. That's unfortunately a valid reason to some degree why Harry Potter books have been attempted to get banned on more than one occasion.
Version of the Slender Man, rather than to her.
Well, given how Harry was mistreated by his fucking relatives, and I use that word loosely.
Is an observer or a psychologically troubled protagonist.
Fuck his relatives.
His behavior is indecipherable when judged.
I read, like, as soon as I read, like, the first couple books, I knew it wasn't gonna end well.
A common theory regarding the Marble Hornets case is that Marsky is the same individual as To the Ark. There are a number of supporting points for this claim. Marsky appears prominently in several To the Ark videos. Both characters shield their motives, but seem cryptic and vaguely helpful. The two characters appear at around the same time. In the To the Ark video signal, the video ends with "Come back" and "Find me" flashing.
Oh, great, Foam's here.
In the next Marble Hornets video entry, number 18,
the multiple personality syndrome kicked in, so...
referred to, and that's where we find Marsky for the first time. Connection to Tim. Another popular theory about Marsky is that he is actually Tim. This is not mutually exclusive with the idea of him being To the Ark.
What the actual fuck did I just find?
I'm afraid
Marsky may be To the Ark, who used footage.
I'm officially disgusted with what I just found.
Barring any supernatural
mostly
beings,
because
Tim
of
is one
the
of
context of
very few
this.
people who would have had access to this footage.
I will send a screenshot and then delete it.
Himself.
It is that bad.
The coat that Marsky is seen wearing appears identical to Tim's coat.
Let's just say someone's blood is going to be boiling with rage.
Resembles Tim's hair.
And it's not just mine.
In entry number 35,
if you're talking about
Alex
mine,
and Jay managed to subdue Marsky.
See for yourself.
To remove his mask.
I'm actually quite fucking irritated, at the very least.
Alex is subsequently seen attempting to attack Marsky with a rock, and it is unclear
what the fuck?
Tim/Marsky suffered.
I'll post it. Give me a second.
Later,
just ugh.
Oh, that pisses me off.
I'm about to, Glory. This actually irritated the shit out of me.
I'm pissed.
To say the least.
He manages to recover some of it.
Ben, would you like to see for context or no?
Which Alex says he only broke Tim's leg and could have done worse.
I'll send it to your DMs. I'm going to delete it right after.
This implies that the two could have left Tim at the house, and that Tim is most likely still alive. Hoodie is the fan-given name of the character in Marble.
He seems highly tolerant of other human beings.
Known about him. Hoodie has been seen in several entries.
I say sarcastically, of course.
I hope that this person who fucking posted that gets castrated.
He is seen more clearly in entry.
I was so happy him in my fun
briefly. In entry 61, Hoodie is confirmed to be at least one of the...
Like, this is just straight up disgusting.
In entry 83, Hoodie fell, potentially to his death.
Well, you were right. That did make my blood boil.
I warned you. I really hate trolls, and I really hate racists. But seeing a racist troll, that makes my boil.
Entry 84 confirmed the identity of Hoodie as Brian. During the entry, an audition is shown which depicts Brian wearing the same outfit as Hoodie. Tim later confirms this fact.
And of course, there's a lot of positive comments about the cosplayer herself.
Motives. Hoodie's connections and intentions are not yet known.
Saying, wow, she actually looks better than Mikasa.
Although it is known
damn.
He was trying to kill Alex.
She does.
It is also debated.
I think she does.
Leaning against
she fills it off pretty well.
Entry 40 and to the
that comment pissed me off more than anything.
Sharing the
how do you think I feel?
The text in intermission states, "Did you see me?" Then displaying the figure at the tree. If one looks close enough, they can see a figure leaning against a tree in several other entries. It is shown in entry number 73 that Hoodie regularly consumes pills, since he has several empty containers of them in his living space. The fact that he has stolen pills from both Alex and Tim supports the theory that Hoodie is suffering similar symptoms as those experienced by Tim. It's important to note that since the Marble Hornets crew has stated they do not use any parts of the myths that have arisen since the creation of the series, therefore Hoodie is not a proxy. Hoodie also does not suffer the Slender Sickness. That's the closest I could find to an origin of these characters. Both Hoodie and Marsky technically aren't creepypastas.
Yeah.
They're not proxies.
This person needs to burn in hell.
Characters from the Marble Hornets series on YouTube.
Yes.
And that's it.
Very much so.
A lot of people still believe that they're creepypastas, but really they're not. Hopefully that kind of clears it up a little bit. I think there's a lot of confusion about these characters. People think it's got a regular story like Jeff the Killer or something like that, but Hoodie and Marsky...
Yeah, the cosplayer literally looks better than the actual character. That's hilarious.
And kind of discover more of their story. Definitely check out the Marble Hornets YouTube channel, and then you can kind of watch the videos for yourself and interpret it how you want
I'm gonna have to warn Rico about this.
Them. I would have liked to have done a regular creepypasta story video about these characters. But
no, at least as far as I can tell, but
there weren't any fan-made ones.
Good lord,
really
the fact that these fuckers...
Maybe one day there will be something.
Words cannot describe the sheer idiocy I've just witnessed tonight.
I would be happy to do that. But I just wanted to put this video out there. I know it's not super exciting, but a lot of people were curious about these characters, so I thought I could at least point you in the right direction.
There you go,
want to discover more about them. Go and look at the Marble Hornets videos, and you'll get a better idea of what these characters are meant to kind of be. But that's it for this video. I hope you guys enjoyed it, and I'll be back next week in a new drawing video. I was a well-off man. I had some money, a nice house, and a nice car. Also had charm. Oh, the number of women I had seduced into my bed. I could have any woman in the world, but I had my sights
the background
set on her.
Fits it.
Oh.
What do you think? Do you think the background fits or no?
This video may contain...
Well, since it's Halloween themed, I suggested something very like Halloween-like, some jack-o'-lanterns, or jack-o'-lanterns on the ground, some fall leaves.
I didn't imagine it. I'm not insane. My vision
and
distorted
also
as a result of my excessive alcohol consumption, but I know what I saw.
maybe
I
some
know that it was real. I've been sitting in a bath full of cold water for the past hour to try to shake the feeling of being
maybe
covered
some
in
smoke
blood.
on the ground as well.
Her
Some
blood.
Smoke on the ground.
5 hours earlier. It must have been about 11 when I stumbled through the front door. Perhaps stumbled is an understatement. I quite literally collapsed from how mentally exhausted I was, and all I wanted to do was sleep. It had been exactly 6 months since Hannah went missing, and despite my efforts to distract myself, I knew that it would take more than several vodka shots and the burning sensation they left in my throat to stop me from thinking about her. Hannah is my younger sister. She's an introverted yet somewhat jittery 16-year-old that always looks unsettled, which is why I don't believe that she ran away. No, she was kidnapped. The last person that saw Hannah on the night of her disappearance was her friend as she was leaving the party that she was at. Until I walked into my kitchen and saw her sitting on the floor tonight. Hannah? I sputtered as I rubbed my eyes, trying to adjust my sight to the dark room. No response. She was sitting on the floor with her back against the fridge, hugging her knees into her chest. Without hesitation, I slammed my fist against the light switch to illuminate the room. But before I could run towards her, there were 3 loud bangs against the window. I looked up to see my sister, Hannah, on the other side of the glass. Although her voice was muffled, the terror-stricken expression on her face, which was covered in smudged makeup, made it clear what she was saying. In between sobs, she was telling me to get out. I switched my attention to the girl who sat on my floor, who was now staring at me. I swiftly turned around and grabbed the door handle, but the door wouldn't
No
open.
surprise.
The
All back to
handle
Harry
wouldn't
Potter
even
stuff.
turn.
Yeah! Wow, there was even one attempt to have the
handle,
books burned.
eyes
That
on
failed
the girl
miserably.
in my kitchen, who was now
Yeah, but it
slowly
failed.
standing up. She wore the same baggy, faded pink sweater that Hannah always wore. However, it was ripped and soaked with blood, which was causing the material to cling to her petite frame. I glanced over to the window, but Hannah was no longer there. Had she gone to get help? I vigorously slammed my body repeatedly into the door in a futile attempt to open it. Then she started to speak, and my whole body froze. I found you, she whispered emotionlessly, not moving her empty eyes from mine.
There you go.
Where the hell is my sister? I growled. This can't be her, I thought to myself. The way she was menacingly staring at me. Hannah would never look at me that way. The girl standing in front of me looked inhuman and drained of life. Even though she looked identical to Hannah, it couldn't be her. Without a
I'm gonna
doubt,
go watch me a
it
Bread
was my
Boys video.
sister
Hopefully lift my
outside
mood a
through the
bit.
window, and I needed to get to her.
Let's see.
I wasn't going to lose her again. Suddenly, the girl threw herself into me and wrapped her arms around my waist. I yelled as I thrust my body forwards, but she just squeezed me even harder. Mindlessly, I kneed her in the stomach, reached for the kettle, and swung it around her head. As she fell to the ground, the door burst open from behind me.
I ain't take
It was
that.
Hannah. She clung onto my arm, and cried whilst I stood in stunned silence, staring at the unconscious girl on the floor, who was now surrounded by a pool of blood. It must have been about 2 minutes that I stood there, but Hannah's chillingly cold hands, which were gripped so tightly onto my arm, made it feel like I was standing there for hours. As cold as she was, her fingertips burnt my skin. Suddenly she let go and walked towards the girl. She still hadn't
Welcome
moved
back,
an
fam.
inch.
Alright, so I deleted that screenshot because I knew if I left it there, y'all were gonna get more pissed if you saw it.
She waited for a few seconds and then looked up at me, shaking her head. Had I killed her? No. She was bleeding. She would have bled out anyway. I knew that I had to do something about this, but I had to sort out Hannah first. I decided that I should put her to bed and that we would talk about everything in the morning. I didn't want to overwhelm her, so I washed her face, tucked her into my bed, and decided that I needed to have a bath.
You're gonna die, what am I gonna do?
I'm back.
4:23 a.m. I was covered in the blood of that girl, and my stomach churned at the thought of her lifeless body on my kitchen
Dang, I think I
floor.
figured out which one I'm gonna do with this video content next.
Even the way she walked made her look monstrous. Hannah hadn't spoken to me at all whilst I was putting her to bed, which really worried me. All she did was stare blankly at me.
I'm going to make a best moments highlight reel of that entire review, because why not?
She must have been through a lot for the past 6 months. All I need to do is concentrate on keeping her safe.
Go for it, and I still don't regret that pun.
Feeling dazed.
Hmm?
As much as I didn't want to deal
I still don't regret making that pun.
in my kitchen,
That pun was so bad and you know it.
before Hannah wakes up.
And I think I've been shadow banned on Master Duel again!
Downstairs
How?
as the floorboards creaked beneath my feet. I stood outside the kitchen door. Why was I afraid to go in? My throat felt sore, as if I had swallowed razor blades. I gulped and pushed open the door. Gone. Everything was gone, and my kitchen had returned to its immaculate state. The body, the blood, it was gone. I stepped backwards and screamed as I nearly tripped over. Hannah, I sprinted up the staircase to my bedroom where Hannah was sleeping. I pushed open my bedroom door and collapsed to my knees. My head was starting to spin, and all I could see was nothing but an ocean of crimson. Blood stained my
Or
carpet
edgy.
and had been
Well, no,
sprayed up onto the walls. The dead girl from downstairs. Parts of her body spread all around my room.
I am currently laughing a little inside because Miz is playing Dragon Ball Breakers, and guess who is the killer again?
Blacked out eyes.
Yep, edgy.
She looked up from her cupped hand.
Oh, poor Miz might end up getting slaughtered by her own boyfriend. Hmm?
Ben, what'd you post?
Smiled at me. Her mouth.
What happened to the post you said?
No, what did Ben post?
My sister.
I didn't see Ben post anything.
He said he was posting something.
My bedroom.
Said poke.
Oh, poke! Ah! Jesus!
Whilst hyperventilating, paralyzed with fear, managed to make out.
Heresy? Unacceptable.
Stinger, I'm the one that posted in your DM.
You chose the
You
wrong
pretty
one.
shit, you
Before I
red-haired.
could catch my breath, the creature sank her
It's
teeth into
old.
the heart of my sister and croaked.
Did you just seriously say that to me?
Yeah, you're a red-haired Fitzgerald.
Wait, what?
I'm a red hair. What?
Fitzgerald.
The puppeteer. My fingers
Fitzgerald?
are thin and my hand is stained with my tears, for the puppets I steer with my strings and my dream. It took me only a minute to lose every sense of my touch. My nerve system had been crushed under the hand of this man.
I am lost for words.
Words don't be.
How?
Just be more intelligent. I don't know.
This video may contain offensive language or be frightening to some viewers.
Can I smell
I don't know what you say.
Viewer discretion is recommended.
Don't do that. That's rude.
A little girl sat in her room. Her messy brown hair was pulled into pigtails, and her hazel eyes stared at
me.
She hugged her stuffed giraffe close to her little body and listened closely to the loud yells of her father and mother. I never should have had any damn kids, screamed a loud, deep voice. All they do is make messes, complain, and draw on the walls. It was cut off by the high-angered yells of the girl's mother.
I'm about to make this word.
They don't know any better.
My best.
Oh, fuck me, Meredith. I don't want to hear your bullshit excuses. I have had just about
I am
enough
going
of
to vent some rage on Warframe.
And what do you plan on doing about it?
It's time to let her rip.
Her room. She hugged her giraffe closer. The door was
time to go Jack the Ripper on this motherfucker.
And there in the hallway stood her large, angry, overweight father.
It's time for Jack to let her rip.
He held a large textbook. Stop it, David! Screamed her mother, but the father ignored his wife's pleas and cries. He grabbed the little girl by the collar, and she screamed and kicked, trembling and shaking with fear. The girl's father harshly held up the textbook. This is for drawing on my fucking walls, you little bitch! Years later, the little girl known as Natalie is now 17 years old. Like usual, she stayed in her room watching TV. Her dad was ranting on and on about some economic crap that she really couldn't care less about, while she munched on some popcorn. She was also currently drawing a picture.
Yeah.
It had a little bit of gore in it, but she liked drawing blood. It gave her some weird satisfaction. Other than that, multitasking was for her. It became apparent to her at a young age that having to do so much hard work.
If anyone wants to see what I posted, use Dream Chat, help yourself.
Ended up being her talent and passion. It was her way of escaping from reality.
Why'd you have to quote Baki, Nori?
We're here. She looked at a large sign in the school that read, Walkerville Institute of Creative Art. She sighed tiredly and stepped out, putting her backpack on her shoulder. See ya, she said, closing the car door. She walked into the school and chatted with a couple of friends until she went up to her locker on the 3rd floor. She grabbed her books and before 5 minutes was up,
Do it, Edgy. Do it. It'll make you stronger than ever.
Her English teacher annoyingly held out her hand expectantly. Where's your assignment, Miss O'Elect? Natalie swallowed. I forgot it at home. The teacher growled disapprovingly. Your time is up, Miss O'Elect. Don't disappoint me. Natalie felt puzzled.
God damn it.
For a moment.
Well, she's dead.
But those words seemed to melt
through. Stop dying on me.
She simply ignored it and
wait, what did you say, Ben?
Stop dying on me, Sting.
Wasn't Sting who died?
That was
I had my mic
Later that day,
thank you.
she was heading back to her locker for 4th period.
Well, who was it that left then?
Friend Chris came up to her.
What are you talking about?
Hey.
Hmm?
Can we talk after school?
I don't know. Whatever.
She smiled lovingly
Hello.
at Chris, though
Hello,
strangely she didn't
What?
expect anything. He was always such a sweet guy. During her French class, she paid little attention, instead doodling things from her imagination. Blood, gore, people being stabbed, and knives. Other people say it's pretty dark of her to draw such things, but she saw nothing wrong with it. For a strange reason, it almost felt normal to her. Miss Owlette! She quickly covered her drawings with a piece of paper and looked up at her French teacher. Yes? He gestured her to move her arm with a slight turn of his head. Show me your work. She hesitantly moved her arm and the piece of paper to show the picture of someone being stabbed. The teacher stared, puzzled. She smiled nervously. Erase that and start your work, he said in a calm tone. He walked away as she sighed and erased the picture. And Miss Owlette, she looked up at him. Your time is almost up on getting your work done. I suggest doing it now. She growled at the remark. Time always seems to be against her. As far as she cared, time could go fuck itself. After class, she walked out of the school to find her boyfriend standing near the fence by a sidewalk. She smiled and walked over, hoping her day could at least be cheered up by him. But as she walked over, her smile faded. He wasn't smiling back. Chris? What's wrong? What did you want to talk about? Natalie, I think it's time that we should see other people. She felt her heart break. But why? He gave a stern look. It's your mindset, your drawings. They creep me out. I think there's something wrong with you. And the saddest part is, you haven't even told me why you're acting like this. It makes me feel like I don't even know you. I just can't do it anymore. I'm sorry. And with that, he began to walk away. Natalie slammed her hands on the bathroom counter at home. She stared at herself in the mirror, eyes twitching. I won't hurt myself like the others. I can stay strong. There was a needle and black thread in her hand. It's pointless. It doesn't help. Some weird sensation pulled at her subconscious. She chuckled slightly. No, I'm doing this because I want to. She held up the needle with thread at the end. She smirked widely. Time is up. Pierce after pierce, cut after cut. Even though excruciating pain was going through her, she did not whine. She did not whimper. She did not cry.
Okay.
There was no more tears to shed. All she did was smile. The blood from the piercings made a low dripping noise from the sink and onto the counter. When she was finished, she stood back and admired her handiwork. She stroked the horrendous stitches on the side of her mouth that spread into a wide smile. She felt the warm, wet blood on her fingers and licked it gently, consuming the metallic taste of liquid in pure ecstasy. She stopped when she saw her mother's reflection in the mirror behind her. Her mother's wide open eyes and pale face. She suddenly felt the pain and cried, "Mum?" She had never felt so confused. What had just happened to her? Her mother was worried, and she scheduled some therapy for her. Natalie had gotten rid of the stitches and figured how much pain it would bring, so she went to the therapist. She made sure her hood was up, not to let anyone see. She sat down on the comfortable leather seat and stared at the blonde-haired woman across from her in silence. "Your name is Natalie, isn't it?" Natalie just nodded. "I'm Deborah, and I'm here to help. Now tell me, what have been some of your problems?" Natalie stared. Time has been my problem." Deborah had a confused look. "What about time?" Natalie's hands roughly gripped the leather seat. "Everything. It makes you live through it, slowly progressing through life, being controlled by society, only to be tortured. It's a vicious cycle. Time does not end. It doesn't slow down. It doesn't speed up. It's violent, and you live through the torture over and over again, unable to fast forward through it." Natalie had really no idea what she said. She felt it wasn't herself anymore. Could this be because all of the things she kept contained? No. It was impossible, but for some strange reason, she liked it. The therapist leaned closer. "Sweetheart, I want you to tell me what happened to you." Natalie still stared. There was a long pause. She smirked slightly, and her piercings from the stitches slightly opened up again. "Why don't you tell me, Blondie? You're the expert." Deborah seemed to have an annoyed look. "I can't help you until you tell me what's wrong, Natalie." Her fingers started to tear into the leather seats. "Natalie isn't here anymore." With that, Deborah's eyes widened. She hastily got up out of her chair. "I'll be right back. Please sit here." She walked out, leaving her alone. Natalie did not move. She sat perfectly still. After a while of waiting and impatience, her parents finally walked in.
I am almost done with this
happy
mission.
to go, but she noticed her parents' expression. Even her father had a strange, saddened look on his face. Her confusion grew, but she said no words and followed them to their car. Tired from a long day, Natalie began to drift off on the car drive home. At least, that's where she thought they were going. Strangely, she heard a dark voice speaking in her dream. It almost sounded like herself echoing into eternal dark.
What's up?
What's up?
Now I can do her.
She shot
I am almost done with my commission. Well, one of
down
two.
her face.
Awesome.
Awesome.
She wasn't in the car. She was in a bed, a white bed, in a white room. She looked to her side. Seeing that she was hooked up to a heart monitor, she went to get up, but suddenly realized she was bound down. She panicked and began to struggle, but paused when she heard a door to her left open. A man in a white shirt looked at her, his hands behind his back. "You must be very confused right now, I can imagine, but I'm letting you know, we're only here to help. Your parents agreed to sign a contract to give you some mental drugs to hopefully help your state of mind." She opened her mouth to protest, but was quickly silenced. "You'll be back to normal in no time. Just try to relax." He walked over. She tried to move away, but couldn't, due to the bonds around her legs and wrists. He carefully took a mask out and put it over her mouth and nose. She tried to shake it off,
these ears
felt
and
herself
the tail
starting to
as
slip
input.
under the drugs, and her eyes slowly shut. Suddenly she woke up. She couldn't comprehend what the hell she was seeing. She was being given multiple injections, even some things being rubbed on her skin. She felt woozy but very aware of her surroundings. Her heart rate was starting to speed up on the monitor. The doctors took notice of this, and they looked at her, seeing her open eyes. One of the doctors was yelling at another. She couldn't understand what they were talking about, but suddenly felt a rush of adrenaline shoot through her body, and she began to slip through her bonds, shaking violently. One of the doctors was about to try to hold her down, but suddenly was hesitant to do so. All three of the doctors backed away. She sat on the edge of the bed now, and ripped off the mask from her face and the tube from her arm. She got up, started to stumble, yet caught herself. Her breath hitched, her vision was blurry, and suddenly she felt severe pain in her chest. She gripped her chest where her heart should be, then fell to the floor and completely blacked out. She woke slowly. She was back in bed, and the doctors sitting beside her. Something went horribly wrong. She didn't know why, but she felt hatred towards the doctor. He took notice of it and looked away. "You weren't supposed to wake up while we were giving you the doses. We aren't sure how it affected you, but we have a feeling that we're going to find out." He paused for a second before taking out a small mirror, not looking at her. It happened to have an effect on her appearance as well. She looked at herself in the mirror. Her eyes widened. They were completely green. She noticed that she still had the stitching in her mouth, and for some reason, she couldn't help but feel happy. Her heart rate started to increase again. She gave out a low chuckle. The doctor looked in shock, seeing that she was already standing over him. "Doctor," she said, still chuckling. He trembled slightly, pressing a button from under the monitor. "Yes? Your time is up." A loud scream was heard from the halls of the hospital. 2 security guards rushed into the room, kicking down the door. Blood was the first thing they saw. Blood on the walls, bed, floor, and even on the ceiling. Natalie had taken the doctor and strapped him down to the bed. His spine was completely snapped, as the bed had been bent almost into a sandwich. Blood poured from his eyes, nose, mouth. And there, in the corner, was the murderer, happily drawing gruesome pictures on the walls in blood, followed by the phrase, "Your time is up." She slowly turned to look at them. A wide-eyed, crazy grin spread across her face. "Hello, friends. Would you like to play?" The police quickly pulled out their weapons, but not quick enough. She was already charging at one with a knife she had grabbed from the table. She slashed it right across the waistline. Blood and organs flooded out, and the policeman collapsed to the ground. The other shook his head with fear, slowly backing away, too afraid to even use his weapon. She slowly walked up to him and placed the tip of the knife in his chest. "Your time is up." She slowly slid the knife all the way to his gut. His organs spilled out onto the floor, and he collapsed. Natalie's mother was sleeping silently next to her husband. She woke to the sound of knocking on the front door. Annoyed at the fact that someone was knocking at such a late hour, she got up and walked out of her bedroom to go check who was there. It was a cold night, and the rain was pouring down outside. She walked up to the door and paused when she was about to grab the knob. There was a faint sound of laughter in the rain. She pressed her ear against the door. "Hello, Mother." Natalie burst through the door, 2 knives in hand. Her mother stumbled back, hitting her head against the coat rack. One of the knobs broke into her skull, and it bled violently from the back of her head onto the floor. She had fallen to the ground, stunned but still conscious. Natalie towered over her and slowly knelt down to meet the level of her eyes, and showed her 2 knives covered in thick red blood. "I was suffering, Mother." She ran the tip of the knives across her cheek, cutting it slightly. Natalie tilted her head. "You were weak. You did nothing." All her mother could do was shake and gasp like a fish on the line. Natalie grabbed her mother and gently set her down. She proceeded to stand on top of her and started to make a V cut into her chest. Her mother only gasped and shook. Natalie knew that she didn't have much time left. She proceeded to forcibly open her mother's chest cavity with a loud crack. Natalie reached inside to grab her mother's heart as it beat slowly in her hand. Its pulses were growing dimmer and dimmer. Suddenly, she ripped it out, blood spurting all over her face. She stared at her mother directly in the eyes as she slowly died.
Alright,
"Sweet
one
dream,"
more thing.
she said to her mother's corpse. "Your time was up." She put the heart in her mother's mouth, patting her cheeks softly, and stood up. She wasn't done yet. Natalie's father, David, had awoken and realised his wife had not returned. His eyes started to adjust to the darkness of the room, and suddenly realised Natalie was standing by his bedside, smirking crazily with her green eyes glowing in the darkness. Blood was all over her, and the scent was unbearable. She put on a fake sad face. Oh dear, Mother's gone. I wonder who will get the money. She suddenly grabbed her father's forehead. That's all you ever cared about, wasn't it? Her father, however, was a fighter, so he sprung up, grabbing her by the neck and threw her to the floor. He started to stomp on her chest until she coughed
Another
blood.
poke.
Does it feel good, Daddy? She coughed up more blood.
Ghost
After
poke.
all, you never seemed to mind all those years ago, did you?
Poltergeist poke.
He narrowed his eyes. You aren't my daughter. A wild smirk spread across her face, and she looked at him with her glowing eyes as blood dripped down her mouth. You're right. I'm not.
Pokers.
She suddenly tripped him, causing him to fall hard on the floor.
Hocus.
She got up, both knives
I don't know.
in hand. They say
It's
the
Ben.
bigger
That's
you
all I'm gonna
are,
say. It's
the
Ben.
harder you fall. She grabbed a pillow and stuffed it in his face, and she started to stomp on it harder and harder, hearing a loud cracking noise after a while. When she pulled the pillow away, his face was gruesomely mutilated. He was whimpering, crying in pain. What's the matter, Daddy? Pain too much for you? She stabbed both knives into his stomach, leaving them there for now as she ripped off one of the large heavy wooden poles from the bed. She stabbed it down, putting all the weight of her body onto the pole. The pole started to squeeze his insides up to his body. He started to gag and blood poured from his mouth until his breath went silent. With a final push on the pole, suddenly his organs burst out of his body. The nasty gore piled onto the floor and the sides of his face. Your time was up. Finally, this would be her favourite part. She quietly snuck down to her brother's room, silently opening the door with blood dripping from her mouth. Her brother wasn't in bed.
What do you think?
It was apparent that he must be
Give me
lying
one quick second.
Oh dear brother. She started to walk inside. All I wanted to do was have a little fun. As she stepped further in, she listened closely for any sounds, any breathing. She even sniffed the air for his putrid scent.
So what do you think?
The closer she listened, she finally noticed something. A faint breathing noise.
Let me see.
Whack!
Because I was just coming across it. Yeah, she saw the screenshot. She is fucking livid.
With a now bloody baseball bat.
By the way, that looks amazing, low Reaper stuff.
Huh?
Panting in rage.
That looks amazing.
She tried to slowly
Yes, it does.
But he hit her again.
Thank you.
Mother always did like you best.
You're welcome.
He hit her hard one last time before taking a breather. She was bleeding heavily. Her green eyes.
Thank you for everybody who's watching. I am finally done. This is my special Halloween post.
And looked up at the
Hope you don't mind the long ass process, and thank you those who joined me today.
Being tortured.
I'm gonna go rest.
Having to go through it.
Oh, in the words of Gory, thanks for coming. Now fuck off.
She felt a sudden rush of energy in her body.
This took.
She started to laugh insanely.
Okay, in total, this took 4 hours for Sally, 3 hours and a half for Lazari, and for the rest of this time, 5 hours.
Hell, brother. With a strong push, she sent her brother
5 hours
flying over the
40,
bed,
almost 40
and
minutes.
he hit his head against the wall. He
So,
growled.
yeah, This was a long process.
At least you got it done.
Yeah, so...
keeping him pinned to the wall.
I'm tired.
He screamed.
I'm gonna go rest.
Let's see what.
It's gonna be a while before I start doing another one of these videos, because
she started walking around the room and smirked, seeing the butterfly on his bedside.
Okay, my demonic little butterflies fly away now, so this butterfly can rest.
They say that the eyes are the soul.
And don't forget to feed your slaves.
Ben!
God damn it, man.
As she started to dig out his
Okay.
and she
Bye.
quickly tied a